Chapter 474. When the steampunk Demolic released the advanced domination monster, other than using the supreme magic skill of spell maximization, he also deliberately delayed the activation of the spell. The purpose was to coordinate with the second spell so that it would be easier to control the Death Eye Tyrant. After all, even though the undead creatures that were originally monsters belonged to the lawful faction, they were essentially crazy dreamers. Creatures, like the Beholder, were said to not be natives of the multiverse. They were born in a world that drifted away from the multiverse. If one were to use a more philosophical term to describe it, that world was actually in a state of no. The increase in entropy in that universe was very obvious, and the uncertainty of the appearance, existence, and death of various things was very high. In a sense, that universe was somewhat similar to the Crow's Pavilion Infernal Realm, but the increase in entropy in the Crow's Pavilion Infernal Realm was much smaller. In order to describe the world more intuitively, some researchers, planeswalkers, named it the Cancerous Universe after the common characteristics of the various life forms that lived there. It seemed that the order that existed there was constant distortion. The Beholder was the most representative creature in the Cancer universe. They were constantly mutating from the moment they were born. Even though they had a round body and iconic big eyes, they either had a chitin shell or smooth skin. The number of eye stalks on their body was also different. Every eye devil thought that they were the only existence in their race, and they were the model for the evolution of other eye devils. Ironically, the most frightening thing was that other eye devils looked similar to them. That would be seen as an offense and had to be completely eliminated. As for the Death Eye Tyrant, it was the product of the crazy imagination of the sleeping beholders. They imagined that they could still survive after falling into eternal slumber. They would use a new form to control the state of death. The weak beholders would directly die, while the strong ones would be promoted. Summoning the Death Eye Tyrant was a very dangerous spell because this creature suffered from a strong persecutory delusion. If it was not controlled, in just one day, they could turn a town of mortals into undead creatures to protect themselves. And as time passed, their symptoms would gradually worsen. When casting the summoning spell, Snade used the bone powder of the camel god from the island world as the casting material. The divine power contained in the bone powder not only strengthened the summoned Death Eye Tyrant, but it also strongly restricted its thoughts. However, the steampunk Demolic still didn't dare to let his guard down. Therefore, he prepared a high-level domination monster as a second insurance. Reality proved that he was indeed experienced, and his judgment was very accurate. Control the vampire dragon. He is your enemy. He wants to completely destroy all traces of your existence from this world. Through the strong suggestion of the spell, the Death Eye Tyrant had a strong hostility toward the vampire dragon. Its innate negative energy force field was fully unleashed, covering 100 feet of its body. The tyrant's tyrant was the tyrant's force was the tyrant was tyrant, and the Death Eye Tyrant. The eye stalks of the Death Eye Tyrant had disappeared along with its evolution. There were only 9 glowing light balls floating around its head. Every light ball corresponded to the original eye ray ability. Not only had it not been weakened, it had actually been strengthened. Paralysis! Exclamation point! Slow ray! Weakening ray! Dissociation ray! Death ray! Without any pause, 6 magic rays shot out from the Death Eye Tyrant's ghostly eyes, striking the vampire dragon that was tumbling and dodging in the blood. The reason why it did not use the other 4 attacks, fear, psychokinesis, charm, and hypnosis, was because its intelligent brain had given it a lot of knowledge. It knew that these 4 attacks would not have any effect on the vampire dragon. However, compared to the vampire dragon, The Death Eye Tyrant's abilities were still slightly inferior. Most of its attacks were neutralized by the magical shields summoned by the opponent in time. The petrification ray turned the blood power shield into a stone wall, wasting the next set of dissociation rays. As for the most lethal death ray, it simply didn't have any effect on the vampire dragon because it was an undead creature. It was immune to the dark corrosion caused by negative energy. The only thing that worked was the paralysis, deceleration, and enfeeblement rays. They superimposed on the vampiric dragon, causing it to be unable to get rid of the discomfort, even though its body had turned into a cloud of blood mist. Its speed was greatly reduced. The gigantic snake-like figure appeared for the first time in the blood for a moment. The young blue dragon, who was already prepared, immediately seized this opportunity and transformed back into the true form of a megalosaurus. A blazing light suddenly bloomed from Keys's body. In that instant, many Bat-Devil temporarily lost their vision. Fortunately, they had communicated with the half-lich Snade in time to build a shelter for himself, the three ogre brothers, Brock, and Jensen. That was why they were not burned by the blazing light. However, although there was the possibility of friendly fire, Keys activated the energy of the blazing sun crystal in his body. It was the most lethal to undead creatures that were filled with negative energy, like the vampire dragon and the Death Eye Tyrant. The Death Eye Tyrant, who was closer to him, had just finished casting a round of spells when it was stimulated by the rich light and went crazy. It did not even have the time to retaliate. Keys's sharp claws poked lightly, and this powerful undead creature was completely destroyed. After all, it was only a tool, and there were many uncertainties. It was best to dispose of it after using it. On the other hand, the vampire dragon that Quest took seriously was in a much more miserable state. After the young blue dragon completed his transformation, he pounced on the vampire dragon and used a single claw to grab the vampire dragon's neck. He pulled the vampire dragon out of the blood and then pushed the vampire dragon against the wall of the engine room. Poochie, Poochie, Poochie! In Key's other front claw, there were 3 thorny wooden rams that he had just dismantled. He ruthlessly stabbed them, one by one, into the vampire dragon's chest. As the vampire dragon's appearance was very different from the red dragon's when it was alive, Keys did not dare to be sure where its heart was. Thus, he stabbed the 3 rams into it in a triangle shape. There were 3 things in everything. It was better to be prepared. Although he had always appeared to be more obedient and following the rules, Keys was still a battle-hungry megalosaurus. He was naturally incomparably resentful towards evil guests, so he did not hold back in his attacks. It was just that he did not expect that once he became serious, he would actually end the battle so quickly. It was completely one-sided. You really can't take a beating. Keys coldly ridiculed. P.S. The following words are not counted in the word count. I have created a discussion group for Scales of Eternal Order 618382262. Everyone is welcome to come in and discuss. I am not very good at managing works, but seeing that many of my predecessors' works have been included in the book list and promoted to each other, I am really a little jealous. I hope that the readers who are familiar with this aspect can help to clear up my doubts. Thanks for the newbie. Chapter 475. With Keys's wooden stake nailed into its heart, the vampire dragon struggled a few times before gradually becoming motionless. Its huge hornless head drooped down, and blood flowed out from its eyes, mouth, nose, and ears, dripping into the pool of blood on the floor. It was only at this moment that Keys was able to see the full appearance of this undead megalosaurus, and then he could not help but secretly ridicule the Fear Lord's aesthetics. It's really bad. The young blue dragon sized up his opponent. Instead of using the ferocious megalosaurus appearance, it looks like a loach. In fact, he did not know that when creating the vampire dragon, Christoph von Zelvic had gone through a lot of trouble. The most important point was to use alchemy potions to change the appearance of the megalosaurus. After all, he did not want to fight the dragon gods head-on. That alchemy potion was mixed with a lot of dragon snake extracts, so after the megalosaurus drank it, its appearance changed greatly. In this way, although the vampire dragons still had the abilities of the megalosaurus when it was alive, they also lost their original true dragon identity. Even if the dragon gods did not like it, after weighing the pros and cons, they would not become enemies with the overlord of the Accord demon realm. Of course, these disputes and old grudges had nothing to do with keys. Compared to those illusory secrets, the trouble in front of him was more important. Graziti. After transforming into a dragon, Cheese's strength increased by more than 100 times, and his roar contained majestic psionic power. Originally, this place had been covered by the rules of the Tower of Blood Sacrifice, but with his angry roar, the rules directly collapsed. You'd better clean yourself, because I'll find you soon. Stir-fried, steamed, fried, braised, cooking a powerful demon lord as food. He had to admit that Keyes' way of insulting was very creative, but he still underestimated Graziti's face, or the extent of the notorious Dark Prince's abnormality. Without waiting for Keyes to destroy all the rules, Six-Finger left the hidden secret room and slowly emerged from a pool of blood. Why? Are you lusting after my body? Keyes was speechless. Just as Keyes was wondering if he should use his mind ability or a spell to go back in time and give himself a good beating for saying the wrong thing, violence can't solve all problems. Graziti, who had a completely different attitude than before, said, "Violence can't solve all problems. You want to cooperate." Keyes interrupted him. "Then who will reimburse me for the time I've wasted and the manpower I've lost?" He seemed to have made up his mind. Even though the young blue dragon had reprimanded him, the Dark Prince's clone did not seem angry at all. "I'm willing to compensate you for your losses, whether it's manpower, time, or money. However, the premise is that I can find an ally here." After saying this, he waved his hand, and the blood on the floor of the engine room was completely cleared, leaving not a single drop behind. If it wasn't for the dying vampire dragon hanging on the wall, no one would have guessed what had just happened. Apart from that, as he snapped his fingers, the golden lampstaff with the sword's soul demon parasitized in it suddenly appeared in his hand. He held the staff and gently tapped it on the alloy floor. A dim light suddenly emerged and formed a strange, quiet hut. A soft bed made of angel feathers was placed inside. "You'd better turn into a human. My hut can't withstand your torment. I guess we'll have to talk in there for a long time." The third bell after midnight rang in the broken canyon, echoing repeatedly on the empty plank road due to the curfew. A small-scale acid rain began to fall, dyeing the dark night sky with a bit of yellow, adding a bit of color to it. From the palace that originally belonged to the Bela Lord, which was later turned into the lair of the tyrant worm, there was a barren but vast manor on a lonely peak about 200 or 300 plank roads. It was now the residence of a large group of half-demon minotaurs. At the entrance of the manor, 2 half-demon minotaurs wrapped in rain cloaks were carefully on guard. They cautiously stared at the position leading to the lonely peak, not daring to be negligent. Even if their eyes were red because of the acid rain, they didn't dare to blink. However, due to the innate ability of demons, the 2 of them were communicating with each other at this time, and they didn't dare to make any mistakes. "Damn, miserable night, isn't it?" one of the guards said, his whole body shivering. Obviously, he was not very used to the climate of the acid fog canyon. The other guard changed his spear to his left shoulder and spat a mouthful of thick phlegm into the abyss under his feet. "Come on," he said, shaking his head. "It wasn't that bad, but I feel even worse after hearing what you said." "What a bummer." "I'm just saying." The first half-demon minotaur complained unhappily. "Don't you also feel that you're going to be moldy? I only hope that the Honorable Prince Buffett can—" Clang, hearing the sound of the door being pushed open in the manor, the two fellows who were secretly whispering to each other straightened their bodies at the same time, and their waists seemed to be straight in an instant. "You asked for balance, and I found you a group of soldiers who are not Thannery demons. Why can't I take the initiative to attack?" Without the obstruction of the enchanted door, the beast monarch's loud voice was extremely loud, like a sudden clap of thunder exploding in the sky. "This is called taking the easy for the hard work. How many times have I said it? You are the final pass, and if you want to take the initiative to attack, you have to admit that you're not as good as the tyrant worm." Be it in terms of momentum or volume, Stim was completely defeated by the beast monarch in front of him, but his words were still sonorous and powerful. Just now, he knew that Buffett had returned to the Acid Fog Canyon without permission, so he personally moved the troops to this temporary camp. Then, in order to stabilize this demon lord, Stim condescended to take the initiative to come forward, wanting to renegotiate with him. Everything was discussed well at the beginning, and after Stim promised that he would not delay the clergy in the labyrinth domain, the two powerful existences even had a drink together. But who would have thought that in the end they would have a disagreement on taking the initiative to attack, and waiting at ease? Facing the bull who flipped the table and swore at the slightest provocation, the dwarf god could not stand it anymore, and kicked open the sealed door. Buffett, on the other hand, looked like he had mad cow disease. His eyes were red, and he was teleported to the door to block him and continue arguing. "It's easy for you to say, but do you know how much I have to pay to break through your troublesome blockade? That's an entire army of half-demon Taurans. I didn't bring them here to let them slowly rot here." As if he was very angry, Buffett swung his machete towards the sky, and the blade pressed the air, dispersing the clouds that had gathered in the sky, and forcibly stopping the acid rain from falling. P.S. The following words are not counted in the word count. I've created a discussion group for Scales of Eternity 618382262, and welcome everyone to join in the discussion. I'm not very good at managing works, but seeing that many of my predecessors' works have been included in the book list and promoted to each other, I'm really a little jealous. I hope that the readers who are familiar with this field can help to clear my doubts. Thanks for the newbie. Chapter 476. He has activated the maze. Graz ZT was half lying on the big bed of angel feathers. He looked lazy, but every word he said was very serious and cautious. Keys, who was listening to him, stood far away beside the quiet hut. He crossed his arms and fell into deep thought for a long time. The so-called Lost Tao was an extremely ancient and unusual energy system, and it should have been buried in the dust of history since a long time ago. According to Graz ZT, the ones who used this power were actually the first batch of intelligent life in the multiverse. They were called wizards. The wizards were a kind of snake people. According to the way the Abyss counted the years, they should have been in the same era as Obylis. After their civilization in the material world was cut off, some of the wizards fled to the Abyss. They were the ancestors of the six-armed snake demons. Most of the Tanarus are the projections of some evil souls, but the six-armed snake demons are special from the moment they were born. As the Dark Prince talked, a specimen of the six-armed snake fiend that had been sealed multiple times appeared in his tranquil cabin. Caressing the specimen's graceful body with his palm, Graz ZT sighed. They don't represent the original sin, but they are still a kind of Tanarus. According to my mother. He paused for a moment. That which Tsangye's research, the six-armed snake demons were able to obtain high positions in the Abyss because of their ancestors' worship of the Abyss. They contributed knowledge about the lost path to the Abyss. Knowledge about the maze. Keyes pondered. Thanks to the knowledge inheritance of the Megalosaurus, which was far beyond his age, he found that he also knew something about the maze. However, in the era of the wizards, the Megalosaurus was also a young race. Most of the memories passed down from ancient times were not very detailed. He only knew that the maze was the core of a long-lost divine system. Most of the gods in that divine system used pathways as their main clergy. For example, the god of death in that divine system was called Hood. His clergy was not death, but pathways to death. Another example was the twin Opuan, who controlled fate. He mainly relied on pushing and pulling to control the process of fate. Although by current standards, the sorcerer sprite god didn't have a strong divine power, so it shouldn't be considered a high-level god system. But in that era, they were still not to be underestimated. After all, even if the process and pathway weren't a definite result, they were indeed causes that led to the result. As for the decline of the lost gods, in the memory of the Megalosaurus, it was because the king of lost gods had angered the Lady of Pain. The deity king who controlled the maze of spells and portals attempted to obtain the opportunity to advance by occupying Sigil City. To him, it was only by mastering the Sigil City, known as the Gate City, that he could completely spread the lost path to every corner of the multiverse. Unfortunately, he was defeated before he could even attack the Wuji Peak. His divine system was also completely annihilated by the Lady of Pain. To this day, the corpses of those shamans and gods were still wandering around the star boundary, drifting from one place to another. What was interesting and strange was that there were many beings in the multiverse who had designs on the dead bodies of the shamans and gods. But no matter how hard they tried, even if they had locked onto their targets, they still couldn't get close to those floating divine bodies. Some scholars speculated that the way the Lady of Pain slaughtered the shamans and gods, messing up the lost path, made the space around the divine bodies chaotic. In this way, even if these precious corpses appeared in front of anyone, they weren't really there. In the beginning, among the spells mastered by the demons of Obylis, there was no high-level teleportation spell, but the demons of Tana were born with it. The Dark Prince snapped his fingers, and the six-armed snake demon specimen he was tired of playing with suddenly disappeared. He decided to be more honest. That old witched song. Ye speculated that it was the knowledge of the lost path that the shamans and exiles worshipped to the abyss that allowed the demons to possess teleportation abilities similar to or even stronger than the Batsa Devil. The scales of the blood war once tilted towards the bottomless abyss. Thanks to Graz Zt's careful explanation, Keyes understood many parts, together with the knowledge of the Megalosaurus. He also understood why the demon lord valued the lost path so much. But he still didn't understand why the demon lord's attitude towards him changed 180 degrees after knowing that Buffett's incarnation had used the power of the lost path to come to the Acid Fog Canyon again. It should be noted that in the bottomless abyss, Six Finger was one of the demon lords most likely to become the prince of demons. The true power of Six Finger was probably stronger than most gods. His real body, which was sitting in the Silver Palace, might even be comparable to some gods with great divine power in the three kingdoms that he ruled. The god of spells and portals, who was once the king of gods in the Lost Way system, was only a mid-level divine power. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have such a huge change in attitude. Even if Buffett had mastered the lost path, he shouldn't have been much of a threat. At most, he would have given up on this trick. With the long lifespan of a demon lord, would he care about such small gains and losses? Graz Zt couldn't help but curse when he saw Keyes remaining silent, as if he was doubting his sincerity. I rarely speak the truth in my life, but no one believes me. Of course, his expression didn't change much. He still maintained his peaceful expression as he patiently added, "As far as I know, The abyss has completely transformed the knowledge of the lost path obtained from the shamans and turned it into spell-like abilities for most of the Tana-Ri demons. Therefore, the 13 lost paths should have disappeared, and no one can use them again. There are only 13 lost paths. Keyes vaguely remembered that there were 13 gods in the lost path divine system, which was the same number that Graz-Zt revealed. He couldn't help but ask curiously. He took the bait. The Dark Prince was secretly delighted. Sure enough, if you want to lure someone, you must first arouse their curiosity. However, his expression changed slightly, revealing a hint of a slip-of-the-tongue expression. His following words also became hesitant. The shamans only opened up 13 lost paths, but according to Tsang Ye's research, the number of lost paths is infinite. The total number is infinite. Excluding the 13 known lost paths, the number of lost paths is still infinite. I'm very sure. I have a special source of information. Just a few days ago, Tsang Ye's research on lost paths had not made any progress. After all, the lost paths that the gods of an entire race and the abyss couldn't trace back are not easy to find. P.S. The following words are not counted in the word count. I've created a discussion group for Scales of Eternal Order, 618382262. Everyone is welcome to join the discussion. I'm not very good at managing my works, but I'm a little jealous when I see that many of my predecessors' works are included in the list and promoted to each other. I hope that the readers who are familiar with this field can help to clear my doubts. Thanks for the newbie. Chapter 477. In the plain of the Acid Fog Canyon, Buffett watched as Stim left at the gates of the manor outside the shattered canyon. Damned bastard, the beast lord mused as he stared at the dwarf god's back. I've been biding my time in the first place. At the moment, the demon lord did not look as furious as before. He was using greed to suppress his anger. In the tranquil cabin, both Graz-Zt, the narrator, and Quess, the listener, were listening attentively. The former wanted to speak as clearly as possible, but was unwilling to say too much, while the latter was trying his best to digest the precious knowledge. The continuity of this world is a misconception that many creatures could not get rid of even after millions of years of evolution. The Dark Prince sat upright and spoke solemnly, but in truth, the discrete state is the essence of the multiverse. Thanks to his knowledge of physics and mathematics, Keyes did not have any objection to those words. He nodded in agreement. There were once people who believed that the various planes of the multiverse were in the astral realm, connected by a special plane called ether. They did discover the ether plane, and they even found some creatures living in it as evidence for this theory. But as mentioned before, the discrete state is the essence of the multiverse. The ether plane could not be seamlessly connected to every other plane. Even if ether really seemed to fill the astral realm, it was just a continuation of a misconception about continuity. We are now used to using the philosophical concept of nothingness, that is, non-existence, to define the discrete existence in reverse. But the ancient wizard sprite civilization pioneered the concept of pathway to define the meaning of nothingness. The so-called pathway in the wizard sprite language was the pathway, and through the pathway, the wizard sprites grasped the method to control the power of nothingness. Using unique philosophical views, they observed, understood, and modified their world and built a glorious ancient civilization. In the end, the wizard sprites discovered 13 of the most important and superficial pathways of the pathway, from which the personified wizard sprite gods were born. But the number of lost paths is far more than that. They are the pathway of all things in the multiverse and should be everywhere. Perhaps because he was too agitated, the lead gray light curtain that formed his tranquil hut began to ripple. But in fact, as a demon lord, Graziti sensed a warning from the will of the abyss. He had said too much. The Dark Prince wisely kept his mouth shut, although he was certain that the will of the abyss was still watching over him and would not kill him easily. He had no interest in looking for trouble. He glanced at Keys casually. After hearing so much, I'm afraid he's beginning to be brainwashed by the will of the abyss. How could Six Fingers have any good intentions? The reason why he revealed so many secrets to Keys was because he knew that doing so would cause the will of the abyss to descend. The knowledge of the lost path had now been transformed into the talent of demon Tana Ri, which was a secret of the abyss. As a demon lord, it was acceptable for Graziti to know some of it, but Keys was a complete outsider, because secrets were never shared with outsiders. Graziti guessed that the will of the abyss would descend in time to brainwash Keys. As for the outcome of the will of the abyss brainwashing, Graziti estimated that it would most likely send him a helper. After all, with the original 13 lost paths gone, Buffett could still use them to come to the plane of Acid Fog Canyon. The most likely reason was that the Minotaur King had mastered a new path. That way, the power of the lost path that the will of the abyss had monopolized could reappear in the multiverse. Although the will of the abyss did not have the attribute of ego and would not be jealous of others sharing the same power as itself, its existence was to lay the foundation of chaos and evil. On the other hand, the lost path was one of the sources of demon Tana Ri's abilities. It was a historical truth devoured by the will of the abyss and a unique power of order created by the ancient voodoo civilization. Its reappearance could hinder the spread of chaos across the multiverse. Just imagine, if more people understood that dispersion was the essence of the multiverse, they could use the concept of the lost path to better understand the phenomenon that once puzzled them, and that in itself could be seen as a reconstruction of order. That was why Graziti boldly guessed that the will of the abyss would favor him this time, so that he could obtain a helper to completely bury Buffett and the lost path technique that the beast monarch had mastered. However, the final result was very different from his expectations. When he studied Keys, he realized that the demon commander was not affected by the will of the abyss at all. Or rather, the will of the abyss did not treat the young blue dragon as harshly as an outsider. The first trick was a miscalculation. Looking straight into Graziti's eyes, Keys's lips curled into a mocking smile as he bluntly pointed out Graziti's little scheme. Then, the young blue dragon stretched out his palm and drew a line across the air. With a crack, a brand new portal spontaneously formed from the line to the surface. "Come here," Keys softly called out to the portal. "There may be a feast for you here, and more than one meal." Seeing how easily Keys opened an otherworld portal, the Dark Prince's eyes widened and he straightened his body with a thump. He knew how difficult it was to teleport across the plane of Acid Fog Canyon that Stim had tampered with. Therefore, when he saw Keys's actions, he could not help but feel that things were not going well. This guy used the lost path. Could he? "I have a conflict with that guy, too," Keys said bluntly after seeing through Graziti's thoughts. "But it's definitely not as deep as the two of you." Of course, he would not and had no obligation to explain to Graziti that he did not use the otherworld portal spell at all. He only sent a message to the Yazi behemoth. The Yazi beast's unique abyss jump ability was still needed to break through the seal of the pygmy god. Just now, the bottomless abyss had indeed projected its majestic will onto Keys as Six-Fingered had predicted. However, it was not trying to brainwash Keys. Instead, it was giving him a rare hint. However, it was not wrong to interpret it as an order. P.S. The following words are not counted in the word count. I have created a Scales of Eternal Order discussion group 618382262. Everyone is welcome to join the discussion. I don't know how to manage my works, but seeing that many of my predecessors' works have been included in the book list and promoted to each other, I'm really a little jealous. I hope that the readers who are familiar with this field can help me clear up my doubts. Thanks for the newbie. Chapter 478. The will of the abyss hinted to Keyes that it would not hold him responsible if he got rid of the demon lord, Buffett. It could also be interpreted as, little brother, go and kill that traitor Buffett. Big brother will protect you. However, Keyes was very firm in his attitude, and that was, like hell I'll believe you. You, will of the abyss, is very bad. Although he knew that the will of the abyss would never waste effort to deceive any creature because it did not have self-awareness. On the contrary, if some weak beings did something that was in line with its will, they would be rewarded by it. However, Keyes also understood that its rewards would be honored after the fact. It would not provide any help before it carried out its will. How could the Tauren king, Buffett, be easy to deal with? Even Graz CT was afraid of him. Regardless of how much of an ancient power like the maze path he had mastered, Keyes was sure that he must have made sufficient preparations just by sending his incarnation back to the acid fog canyon. Perhaps some demon lords were more reckless, but no demon lord was truly stupid. Even though Keyes had the experience of successfully killing Buffett's incarnation, he knew how much luck was involved in that operation. Opportunities had always been unpredictable and had strong uncertainties. Most of the time, it would not change according to one's will. Compared to placing his hopes on something so illusory, Keyes was more inclined to be fully prepared and achieve success through his own efforts. That was why he summoned the Yazi beast and let it lead the group of Yazi beasts to use the abyss jump to rush over from the abyss's lair. At the same time, Keyes could also verify one of his guesses. He had long known that the Yazi beasts could jump between the various planes of the abyss at will. Even the acid fog canyon sealed by Stim could not stop this group of predators appointed by the will of the abyss. Previously, Keyes simply thought that this was the Yazi beast's natural spell-like ability that mutated under the influence of the bottomless abyss. However, after learning the secrets of the maze path from Graz CT, Keyes could not help but have a bold guess in his heart. The so-called abyss transition ability is a new maze created by the will of the abyss and gave the Yazis the right to use it. Sometimes, a flash of inspiration really only happened in an instant. At this moment, Keyes instinctively seized the opportunity to explore. Even though the Dark Prince was right in front of him, and it wasn't a good time to explore, he might not be able to find any inspiration in the future if he didn't do it now. Keyes did not use the spells he was very familiar with, nor did he use the psionic ability that he had high attainments in. This was because he felt that the essence of casting spells was the process of the spellcaster observing the world and then expressing the world according to a certain order of understanding. Magic had been developed for such a long time that its characteristics were more inclined towards convenient expression rather than the more basic observation. Compared to the observation method of the ancient sorcerers, it was a little too advanced and very likely could not identify the maze path. This was like the computer language used in programming. The spell system was like various advanced languages with a complete underlying logic as the support. It was convenient to write commands, but it could not display every detail of the command. The maze path system might use assembly language or even the more basic binary code. It was extremely tedious to write commands, but all the details could be seen clearly. The psionic ability was even more unsuitable for exploring the maze. This was a completely subjective ability that was more inclined towards expression than spells. In layman's terms, it was manifestation. If it were anyone else, they would have been at a loss. However, as if it was destined, Keyes still had another choice. Thanks to his active self-adaptation ability, he had once fused with a Strength Dragon scale, so he had mastered most of the Strength Dragon's abilities. as one of the three legendary megalosaurus. The strength dragon would eventually become a pure force field creature as it grew older. They were the force field, and the force field was them. Although Keyes had not yet evolved to that point, this did not prevent him from using his force field ability to perceive and observe the world. What was more suitable for exploring the maze than a force field that unified the four fundamental forces: the strong interaction force, the weak interaction force, the electromagnetic force, and the gravitational force? This might be a more suitable way to observe and explore the maze path than the sorcerer's observation method. After all, using the force field to perceive facts was far closer to the absolute truth than the conclusions of creatures through observation. Without any hesitation, using the strength dragon's ability, Keyes spread the force field into the passage of the abyss transition. He originally wanted to use the force field to perceive the existence of the particles and then use it to determine the specific coordinates of the maze path. However, when the force field perception entered the passage of the abyss transition, the range of his perception seemed to have suddenly expanded countless times. The sudden large amount of information even caused some damage to his brain. This was probably the second time Keyes was seriously injured. The first time was caused by the Grand Vader's plot. Thanks to his active self-adaptation ability, he actually began to evolve continuously in order to deal with the damage to his brain. And in this situation, Keyes involuntarily returned to his megalosaurus form to obtain a physically larger brain capacity. The huge dragon body stretched out, and Graziti's tranquil hut exploded in an instant. The Dark Prince was forcibly squeezed out. I didn't do anything. Facing Keyes' companions who surrounded him, Six Fingers raised his hands to show that he was not hostile and did not want to resist for the time being. At this moment, his attention was actually attracted by Keyes, but he did not have the force field perception ability. Although he was powerful, he could not observe and understand on the same level. Without understanding, he could not express on the same level. In layman's terms, even if Graziti saw that something was wrong with Keyes, he could at most attack or influence Keyes. He could not destroy the young blue dragon's exploration of the maze path. That was not on the same level as him. However, he actually did not know what Keyes was doing. Of course, even if he knew, there was nothing he could do. Therefore, he could only choose to wait and see. Keyes was unaware of the changes in the outside world. As his brain gradually evolved, his consciousness began to gradually turn from dizziness to clarity. Keyes saw all kinds of bizarre scenes. P.S. The following words are not counted in the word count. I have created a discussion group for Scales of Eternity, 618382262. Everyone is welcome to join in the discussion. I'm not very good at managing works, but I'm a little jealous when I see many of my predecessors' works listed and promoted. I hope that the readers who are familiar with this field can help me clear my doubts. Thanks for the newbie. Chapter 479. It was as if he had been placed in a kaleidoscope. Everything was spinning, expanding, and collapsing in Keyes' eyes. The boundaries of space and time seemed to have been broken here. His inherent understanding of the multiverse disappeared at the same time. Trying hard to calm his emotions, Keyes prepared to continue his exploration of the abyssal dimensional gateway. He strengthened his force field perception. In his mind, the particles of matter formed an ever-changing star map. There were endless changes happening all the time. To make it easier for Keyes to observe, he used himself as the farthest point to establish a relative reference system. However, as a result, all the particles of matter seemed to be drifting away from him. The entire world became a constantly malfunctioning balloon that would not burst no matter how hard he tried. Doubt, confusion, lack of desire, strange emotions began to envelop Keyes' soul. Fortunately, He was a psionic ability manipulator and had an extremely high resistance to these strange emotions. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The projection of his soul would affect his physical body. Although Keyes was not sure about the condition of his body, the helplessness that was fed back to his mind from his physical body earlier told him that the situation was definitely not optimistic. Indeed, that was the truth. The young blue dragon was completely sprawled on the ground at the moment. It was as if he had lost all his strength and had lost control of his body. To make matters worse, Keyes's body began to mysteriously disintegrate. However, under the influence of his passive adaptation ability, his dragon body continued to merge with the disintegrating parts. The process of disintegration and fusion could not be hidden from anyone. The disintegration process released energy, while the fusion process continued to take away the divine power in Keyes's body and the energy stored in the blazing sun crystal. In the most direct form, the energy turned into flames and light that spread out of the engine room. New Boom Town was forced to carry out an emergency evacuation. Apart from the dispersing parts, the rest of the energy was desperately being converted into matter. The most direct manifestation was that Keyes's body, which was already far larger than his peers, had entered a stage of rapid growth. What kind of monster is this guy? Graziti exclaimed to himself. However, he did not play any tricks, which was rare. Surrounded by a few of Kay's companions, Graziti had followed the crowd to the outskirts of Traction City. He stood on the ground of the Acid Fog Canyon, calmly watching Keyes's transformation as if he was admiring a magnificent scene. Energy was conserved. Keyes was consuming the energy contained in his body. Although his physique was getting stronger and stronger, his soul was feeling extremely tired because of the huge amount of energy lost. Keyes felt that his thoughts had stagnated. He hurriedly wanted to withdraw from the force field perception state and stop the changes in his body. Perhaps it was because the world in his perception continued to expand, so his force field perception was constantly being pulled further and further away from him. No matter what he tried, his force field perception could not be retracted. Damn it! Why is this world in my perception constantly expanding? In his anxiety, Keyes couldn't help but become a little impatient. He knew that if he didn't withdraw his force field perception in time, those emotions would continue to affect his body. Right now, he still had energy to convert into matter. If he ran out of energy at any time, his life would be over. Expansion, why is it always? Suddenly, Keyes thought of something. When he first used his force field perception to perceive this microscopic world, it wasn't just expansion. There were also collapses everywhere. Why did it suddenly disappear? What's wrong? There shouldn't be an origin. This is the microscopic world, whether it's absolute or relative reference. It's not suitable for observation here. The particles here exist in the form of matter waves. Their existence is a kind of probability. Collapse and expansion are all manifestations of probability. Thanks to his ability to adapt, Keyes's brain was constantly developing. Although his brain was tired, his thinking ability was getting stronger. Therefore, he was able to find traces of the knowledge that he had learned but was about to forget from the corners of his memory. The knowledge changed his cognitive model. The moment he abandoned the concept of the origin, the expansion of his force field perception also disappeared. The mysterious veil of the microscopic world was lifted. Those particles that were as bright as stars seemed to be frozen in an instant, making Keyes feel that they were within his reach. But in fact, this might just be an illusion, because when he understood the world in the form of probability, the concept of distance lost its meaning. Those particles that were within his reach might be thousands of miles away from him. They were only extracted into his perception because of probability. This seems to be the theory of quantum entanglement. Although Keyes was very interested in physics in his previous life and had won more than one gold medal in the Olympic Games when he was studying, he only knew a little about quantum mechanics. He was far from being proficient in the theory. After all, this is a world with spells and psychic abilities. I can't completely copy materialism. Idealism is also valuable. With another change of thinking, Keyes suddenly had the idea of reaching out and touching some particles. Even though he was still afraid of the danger that appeared before, the idea of trying still lingered in his mind. "I don't care." Keyes stretched out his finger. In fact, it was just a sensory tentacle that was concretized in his mind, and carefully reached out to the stars that gave him a special feeling. Originally, he did not know which material particle could be touched, but when he had the idea of touching a certain star, or a certain part of it gave him an indescribable feeling. If one had to describe it in words, that feeling was like a basketball's parabola suddenly appearing in one's mind when one was shooting a basketball. Originally, it was possible to hit or miss, but after this feeling arose, one knew that one would definitely be able to make the shot. Because uncertainty became certainty, Keyes touched the material particle that gave him a strange feeling and became entangled with it. It was like a slide switch. Before Keyes could react, he was passively withdrawn from the force field perception. The young blue dragon's mass, momentum, and material structure seemed to be stuffed into a burette and then squeezed out. He disappeared from the New Prosperity Town's engine room and even the Acid Fog Canyon plane, and was then extracted from another place. Fortunately, the extracted Keyes was very complete. He opened his eyes. Actually, he had never closed them, and saw the Yazzie beast horde that was surrounding him. The leader was still the Yazzie beast that was born from the remains of the Leviathan. Why did you come personally? P.S. The following words are not counted in the word count. I have established a discussion group for Scales of Eternal Order 618382262. Everyone is welcome to come in and discuss. I don't know how to manage my works, but seeing that many seniors' works are included in the book list and promoted to each other, I'm really a little jealous. I hope that the readers who are familiar with this aspect can help me clear up my doubts. Thanks for the newbie. Chapter 480. Nothing, I'm just here to drop by. Keyes, who had transformed back into his human form, patted the head of the Yazzie behemoth beside him as if he was petting a dog every day. As he had consumed too much energy previously, his dragon body had become even larger. Fortunately, dragons had the ability to transform completely. After transforming into his human form, his body shape did not change too much. However, what really surprised Keyes was that after using a strange path, which should be the quantum entanglement channel, to reach the plane where the Yazzie beasts were, the energy that he had lost previously was actually partially replenished. Moreover, this newly replenished energy seemed to have some strange characteristics. At this time, his adaptive ability was still working, trying to make him more adapted to this quantum energy. However, it was also because of this that it was very difficult for Keyes to return to the Acid Fog Canyon. He tried to release his force field perception again, and found that the star map inside had changed mysteriously. He asked the Yazzie behemoth, "Can your abyss transition ability bring me back to the Acid Fog Canyon?" Including the Yazzie behemoth, all the Yazzies in the herd had tried, but unfortunately, they all failed. There were even a few newly born Yazzies who were not skilled enough in the abyss transition and were teleported to unknown places during the experiment. In the end, they spent a lot of effort to find their way back home. Seeing such a result, Quest temporarily gave up on this attempt. He asked the Yazzie giant beast to lead the group of beasts to the Acid Fog Canyon to meet up with his companions and pass on his message. "Tell them that I will think of a way first, but I should be able to return in 10 days at most," thinking about how he would be forced into a deep sleep when adaptive was in effect, Quest judged that he wasn't in a situation like this. Before that, you can find Hammer and Megalosaurus and let them take over the maintenance of the Traction City. The most important thing is that you have to cooperate with my partners and persuade him to come to me, but try not to have a conflict with him. After thinking for a while, Keyes continued, ask him if he wants to know the secret of the lost path. If he wants to, he should come to me obediently. After giving a few instructions, Keyes got the Yazis to leave. With this new force, the situation in the Acid Fog Canyon could make him feel at ease. As for his own safety, although Keyes was still adapting to the quantum energy, he couldn't fully exert his strength. However, it was more than enough to protect himself. As the Yazi beast packs, Lair was located in a plane where no evil demon lord had settled down. It was relatively safe, according to the Yazi giant beast. Their beast lair was located in the 4th layer of the bottomless abyss, which was also commonly known as the Great Abyss. The reason why this plane didn't have a demon lord was because it had an exceptionally strange property. In theory, the Great Abyss was connected to all the planes of the bottomless abyss. Countless two-way portals were spread across the entire plane. All the demon lords were interested in getting their hands on this place, but they would definitely become the public enemy of the other demon lords, so the gains did not make up for the losses. It was said that the Great Abyss didn't exist since ancient times, although it had existed for a long time. This plane was a man-made product. During the era of the Obilus demons, most of the first demon inhabitants chose to stay in the top layer of the bottomless abyss called Pazunia, or 10,000 abyss planes. They then secretly investigated the deep pits of the portals that led to the lower layers. However, some demons liked a more direct method. They instigated a meticulously planned magical project in an attempt to dig a tunnel that went deep into the surface of the bottomless abyss. The disaster caused by this shook the entire bottomless abyss, and at the same time took the lives of the 12 Obilus lords who participated in the plan. As the smoke and dust dissipated, a cave-like crack that seemed to extend infinitely downward was revealed. This tunnel was the Great Abyss. After that, many daring demons who didn't care about their lives came here. They explored this huge and vast crack and found countless two-way portals on its steep rock walls. Each portal led to a different layer of the bottomless abyss. Perhaps because of their decline, the ancient Obilus demons had no sense of security, so they always migrated deeper into the bottomless abyss in an attempt to find a place to live. In the process of migration, the Obilus demons had to use portals across worlds. However, for safety, these ancient demons rarely chose to go to the 10,000 abyss planes and use the spatial rifts that were used by the Tanaree demons. Most of the Obilus migration was completed in the Great Abyss. There was an endless stream of them. However, because they had hidden very deep, there was no trace of them at all in the Great Abyss, which was closer to the 10,000 abyss planes. Due to the significance of the Great Abyss to the population, the Obilus lords who had survived the ancient cataclysm had reached an agreement on the use of the Great Abyss. All Obilus, except the lords, would not be attacked by other Obilus here. Of course, this agreement did not include the Tanaree demons. The new generation of demon lords, represented by Demogorgon, could not tolerate the bossing of the ancient demon lords in the bottomless abyss, the promised land of Tanaree. Although many demons guessed that Demogorgon and the Lord of Obilus Dagon, the Lord of the Deep, should have some kind of alliance, he still took the lead and insisted on opposing the Obilus demons' possession, use, and planning of the Great Abyss. In response to the two-headed baboon's decision, the other Tanaree demon lords did not slander or oppose it. They also sent their own armies or powerful monsters to guard the two-way portals that connected to their territories. According to some kind of tacit understanding, the Tanaree prided themselves as the model of chaos and evil, and they would not agree to any kind of agreement. Those monsters and demon armies rarely disturbed each other too much, even if their masters were in a hostile and opposing relationship. However, those guys had been stationed in the Great Abyss for too long, so long that their masters had almost forgotten about them. They gradually loosened their restraints on themselves, and there were some murders and conflicts from time to time. But in short, there were no large-scale battles. Anyone who wanted to explore the Great Abyss had to learn to avoid these terrifying monsters who might have gone crazy from boredom. Generally speaking, the closer one was to the 10,000 abyss planes, the easier it was to avoid them. P.S. The following words are not counted in the word count. I created a discussion group for Scales of Eternity, 618382262. Everyone is welcome to join in the discussion. I'm not very good at managing works, but seeing that many of my predecessors' works are included in the list and promoted to each other, I'm a little jealous. I hope that the readers who are familiar with this field can help me clear up my doubts. Thanks for the newbie. Chapter 481. In the higher parts of the abyss, it was easy to identify the gathering place of the Thanner demons in theory, and it was not difficult in practice. As long as one paid attention to the carefully built doors or gates, and tried to avoid the debris of the buildings scattered on the ground, the steep cliffs and the vast crevasse canyons were open for one to wander through. Because the Obilus demons had colonized this place for a long time, the portals here had basically been explored, so most of the time, the monsters sent by the Thanner Lord were entrenched around the buildings. The only thing to pay attention to was that some monsters, who might have gone crazy from boredom, wandered around the cliffs sporadically. They would use the most brutal means to send sudden greetings to the travelers in the abyss. However, who dared to explore the abyss lacked wisdom and strength. Therefore, in general, those monsters that appeared sporadically from time to time could only be regarded as a small nuisance. As for going further down, when one went beyond the 400th level of the abyss, the encounters, an environment there would pose a serious threat to the explorers in the abyss. As the Obilus had never operated these places, there were still many more hidden portals hidden there. Many demon lords had sent many Thanner troops to hide in these places to prevent hidden dangers in their territories. Perhaps when passing by a section of the cliff, the traveler would see drops of pale stone milk seeping out from the cracks of the rock. Although it might not be able to gather into a small pool of water the size of a palm, it could be a portal connected to a certain abyss plane. Perhaps the moment he approached, a dozen Thanner demons who had been waiting for a fight until they were about to go crazy would suddenly jump out of the portal to find trouble with him, and the kind that would not rest until he was dead. In addition, when the Obilus demons migrated, some of the lords of Obilus would also inadvertently leave some accompanying gifts. They would use filthy and ancient technology to create a group of Thanner demons called four-armed demons. Since ancient times, these demons had received the order to guard the portals in the abyss from Asuma, the lord of Obilus, who had participated in the creation of the abyss and died because of it. Due to the interference of the will of the abyss, they still played the role of gatekeepers, but they did not fit in with the other Tata demons in the Great Abyss, and would often have some disagreements. But now, there was an even more terrifying and deadly danger in the depths of the Great Abyss, even to the demons. The Yazid beast horde that had recently been blessed by the will of the abyss had set up their lair in this plane. Every demon that came to the abyss, whether they wanted to use the teleportation portal or simply explore the canyon, would encounter groups of Yazis. Although Yazi did not have wings and could not fly, they could continuously flash until they successfully tore enough flesh from the demon to fill their stomachs. What was even more unfortunate was that when eating demons, Yazi's appetite often had no upper limit. If an abyss demon wanted to resist, Yazi's strange abyss jump ability would make them feel deeply powerless. unless it was a powerful demon lord or a high-level demon who had reached the peak of magic research. Ordinary demons could not even hurt a hair of Yazzie, because abyss jump was not equivalent to advanced teleportation, even if it looked the same. Yazzie in the state of abyss jump. Even if the demons could see their bodies, those bodies were hidden in other planes of the bottomless abyss. For ordinary demons, this ability of Yazzie was simply an unsolvable existence. They could only passively take a beating and lacked effective means to fight back. Of course, the Yazzie beast horde was not dangerous to Keyes at all. Even because he stayed near their beast lair, no demons dared to come over to die, and the young blue dragon saved a lot of trouble. Should I go down and take a look? Keyes, who had half of his body out from the edge of the cliff, stayed motionless and let his adaptive ability adapt to it, secretly pondered. To be honest, he was not the kind of dragon who slept after eating. After being in a cave with nothing to do for 2 or 3 days, Keyes felt a little anxious. Until now, not a single Yazzie beast had returned to report the situation in the Acid Fog Canyon to him. In addition, logically speaking, Graz-ZT should have rushed over to ask him about the lost path, but Six-Finger did not come even after waiting for 2 days. After all, with the Demon Lord's incarnation by his side, Keyes was now worried about the situation of his companions. At the same time, he was also concerned about the maintenance work of Traction City. He did not know if Hammer and the Clockwork Megalosaurus could understand the maintenance instructions he left behind. Since I'm already here, I might as well take things as they come. If I don't explore the abyss, I don't know when I'll be back again. After thinking for a while, Keyes decided to take a stroll in the abyss. Of course, he did not want to explore too deeply in case he encountered any troublesome problems and delayed his return to the Acid Fog Canyon plain. For this reason, Keyes specially made a disguise. The Yazzie beasts would capture demons to eat every day. The demons' bodies would be completely devoured, but their equipment would be thrown aside by the Yazzie beasts. Over time, there were many weapons, armors, and other enchanted items that were emitting evil aura piled up in the beast nest. The Razor Beasts did not care about them at all, so Quest took out some decorations that were suitable for disguising himself with peace of mind. Note 1. The Tana Re-Demons were created from the souls of mortals by the bottomless abyss or some Obilus lords. Therefore, they have some mortal characteristics in appearance. The Obilus demons, on the other hand, were much more ancient. They were more like insects. Typical Obilus lords, such as the deep-sea king Dagon, the insect prince Oxabo, and the faceless king Julius, did not have any human characteristics. Some Obilus lords who tried to ascend to godhood, such as the one worshipped by the Naga, became like its believers because of the reverse molding of the power of faith. They showed human characteristics. Not only were they mocked by the other Obilus lords, but they were also ostracized, hostile, and assassinated. After a certain death, it was reborn as a Tana Re-Demon Lord. Note 2. The four-armed demon was a Tana Re-Demon, but it was indeed a creature created by the Obilus Lord Asuma. This method of creating Tana Re was not a secret among the Obilus lords. This was their inherent bad taste, one of creating Tana Re-Demons and giving them menial jobs to express their disdain for the new generation of demon lords. P.S. The following words are not counted in the word count. Thank you to Sino Warrior, Shoutang 246, and other readers for your tips. Thank you for your recognition of the new author. I have created a discussion group for Scales of Eternal Order, 618382262, and welcome everyone to join in the discussion. I am not very good at managing works, but I am a little jealous when I see many seniors' works being included in the book list and promoted to each other. I hope that the readers who are familiar with this can help to clear my doubts. Thank you, new author. Chapter 482. Probably because of the abundance of food, there were still some scraps torn off from the demons in the beast's nest. These things also benefited Keyes. The broken wings of the Baylor demon were made into a prototype of a non-powered hang glider after being mended. The dead skin shed by the six-armed snake demon was kneaded into leather ropes that could be used to control the hang glider. The chelicerae of the Glabrizu were shaped like crab pincers, and the leather ropes were good anchors that could fix the hang glider on the cliff. The feathers of the Vrock demon, well, there were disease-causing spores on them, and they were not very hygienic. As a result, Quest burned it to the ground. If he wanted to explore the abyss, and it was best not to attract the attention of the demons, Keyes did not plan to use his magic ability. Although he was not a monk and did not know the technique of falling, he was also not an assassin and definitely could not do the leap of faith. But with a strong hands-on ability, the ugly hang glider made in a hurry could still satisfy the needs of the young blue dragon. After preparing the means of transportation and checking the equipment he had personally exchanged, Keyes nodded in satisfaction. He wore the scorching helmet on his head, which could activate a spell effect similar to searchlight through the thought of the wearer, and it could be removed again at any time with a thought. It was very suitable for mortal adventurers who did not have night vision to use when exploring underground. He wore an owl feather vest on his body, which looked like leather armor covered with a layer of light gray owl feathers. Thanks to the owl's wisdom spell on it, the wearer could get extra insight buff once a day for 1/10 of an hourglass. At the same time, when more than half of the owl feathers were intact, the wearer could fly freely for 1/6 of an hourglass with the help of the wings that grew out of the vest. If less than half of the owl feathers fell off, the wearer could only use featherfall once a day. This equipment should have originally belonged to some kind of demon that did not have the ability to fly, but judging from the craftsmanship, it was most likely a reward that the demon extracted from a country bumpkin from the material plane, or simply a spoil of war after an attack. In addition to these, Keyes also found a pair of living boots. The soles of the boots were gray, who had changed their physical shape with limited transfiguration. As long as he wore this pair of boots, walking on the cliff would be as easy as walking on flat ground. Equipped with all these items, coupled with Keyes' perfect transformation, he was now a bold mortal adventurer who dared to explore the abyss. Unless a lord-level demon was present in person, other demons would definitely see through his disguise. It was even more impossible for them to guess that he was actually a commander who had participated in the Blood War and was in charge of the Bator Legion. Moreover, he had personally destroyed a large number of Tana re-demons. Phew! After everything was packed up, Keyes carried the hang glider to the entrance of the Yazi beast's nest. He let out a deep breath. Walking to the edge of the cliff, Keyes tightened the rope with both hands. Using the speed brought by the run-up, he forcefully leaped out. The hang glider, modified from the wings of the Baylor demon, was strong enough and stable enough to contain the rising miasma. In addition, flying was actually an instinct for Megalosaurus, so it was very easy for Keyes to learn how to use the hang glider. After adapting for a while, he could easily control the direction through the rope. It was not a problem for him to wander in front of the cliff. The novel way of flying gave Keyes a fresh experience, but he did not forget his original intention of exploring the abyss. Therefore, he controlled the hang glider and spiraled down, following the direction of the rising airflow and drifting deeper and deeper. However, in the beginning, because it was too close to the nest of the Yazi beast group, no demons dared to show their heads here. It was not until he had spiraled down for 2 hourglasses that the buzzing crack demons, Kashi demons, appeared among the snake trees growing on the cliffs of the bottomless abyss. They looked a little like flies. Their mouths were sharp enough to be used as spears, but they had human-like faces. The crack demons were the size of war horses, but in order to facilitate their fast flight, their weight was even lighter than normal adult humans. Generally speaking, The souls of these demons were all crazy interrogators or supervisors in the material plane when they were alive. After becoming demons, they magnified the evil in their hearts and went even further to find targets and torture them. Moreover, the crack demons always moved in groups. Often, seeing a crack demon meant that there were at least 3 or 4 of his companions around. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The crack demon in the snake trees flapped his wings and spoke in an abyssal language that ordinary people could not understand. He was communicating with his companions hiding in the nest. The colorful snake trees looked like white beech trees with withered leaves. The fleshy tree trunks supported the winding branches. The tips of those branches looked like snake kisses. They were entangled with each other and kept hissing. They were waiting to give passers-by a poisonous, fatal kiss at any time. The nest of the crack demon was in the center of the snake tree's canopy, but it seemed to be due to a symbiotic relationship. The corpses that the demons tortured would be fed to the snake tree as nutrients. Therefore, the snake tree generally would not harm the crack demon unless they forgot the passcode. Don't worry about the passcode. I found a country bumpkin who came to the abyss to explore. Come out quickly. Because when returning to the nest, the second-to-last crack demon changed the passcode. The last one to enter the nest was abandoned. He had just been fighting against the snake tree that had trapped him, while his companions were hiding in the nest and watching the show. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Let's go out and take a look. If he's lying, we can just stab him to death. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Let's go and take a look. There haven't been any mortal adventurers from the material plane here for many years. Buzz, buzz, buzz. That's right, that's right. It's very difficult for ordinary demons to break down from torture. Only mortals are more suitable for torture and torture. Needless to say, after receiving the news from the crack demon stuck in the snake tree's canopy, they began to act on their own. Although they were social animals, the essence of the Tana re-demons was that the crack demons also did not know what order was. They did not even have any plan. Just based on the description of an unlucky demon outside, they actually came out in full force. When they saw Keys hanging on the glider, the buzzing of flies represented their excitement at this time. Finally, I see a living person. P.S. The following content will not be counted in the word count. I have established a discussion group for Scales of Eternal Order 6183822262. Everyone is welcome to come in and discuss. I'm not very good at managing works. Seeing that many of my predecessors' works have been included in the book list and promoted to each other, I'm really a little jealous. I hope that the readers who are familiar with this aspect can help to clear my doubts. Thanks for the newbie. Chapter 483. Keys observed the airflow in the canyon. Miasma rose from the bottom of the abyss, and some of the cracks in the cliff hid volcanic craters, which also overflowed with poisonous steam. The change in temperature gave rise to wind, and when the strong wind hit the steep cliff, it formed many unpredictable cyclones and vortexes. The only thing to be thankful for was that although the miasma in the abyss was poisonous, it also had strange and changeable colors. They marked the chaotic airflow with colors, so it could be distinguished with the naked eye. And Keys was doing the same. He had just passed by a volcanic gap, and the vortex twisted the tip of the glider, so he was almost flipped over. If he went down from the front, he might be able to use the rising airflow to get enough lift for the glider. But then, due to the Bernoulli principle, he would probably have a close contact with the cliff. He was not afraid, but the glider could not withstand it. Even if he used the body of a Baylor and a 6-armed snake demon as materials, the structure of the glider was not that strong. What a terrible flying experience. Keys could not help but secretly rejoice. Fortunately, I was well prepared. Otherwise, I would have to climb up. At the critical moment, he leaned back with all his strength, and the glider suddenly rose again, almost hovering in the air. He took advantage of the momentum to climb a few more yards and then avoided a gap with steam. He stretched out his legs the moment he flipped over. Although the loose and wet gravel was a little slippery, the gray boots on his feet still allowed him to stand firm. When making the glider, Keyes considered the problem of how to moor on the cliff. The wings of the glider itself were made of baler, and it was not a rigid structure, so it could be folded together with a leather rope. In addition, he also used a Glabrezus calicere as a nail, which could be hung on the glider. After doing all this, Keyes stretched his arms. He felt a little uncomfortable with maintaining a posture for a long time. According to his estimation, the pair of gray boots on his feet could at most maintain a sixth of an hourglass on the rock wall. If it was a little longer, the gray transformed by the transformation spell would break free, and the boots would lose their effect. Let's rest for a while. Then, while planning his next exploration plan, Keyes' ears suddenly perked up. He heard a buzzing sound that was getting louder and louder. This meant that the source of the sound was approaching. It seems to be the rift demons that were lingering on the cliff. Keyes helplessly clenched his fists, stretched his hands, and pulled out two long serrated daggers from his waist. Since he wanted to play the role of a mortal adventurer, he had to control his strength as much as possible while trying to appear as desperate as possible. He did not know if there were other demon lords behind these rift demons who came to find trouble with him. Therefore, it was best for him to show a hint of nervousness. Only then would he be able to fool those who might be hiding behind the rift demon. Buzz, 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 fresh flesh and blood. The closer they got to Keyes, the more fearless the rift demons became. They communicated with each other without holding back. However, the content of their words was enough to seal this book, so it could not be described in words. Poke it in, squeeze them dry, let's go together. Buzz, 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 what kind of tiger-like words are these? Generally speaking, other demons could not understand the language of the abyss that rift demons spoke. Keyes could only understand some of the words. Although with his understanding of the rift demon that looked like a mosquito tower, he could roughly guess the true meaning of those words. However, this did not prevent the disgust deep in his heart from growing. Keyes' face instantly turned pale. In fact, when he saw the spikes on the rift demon's face, he remembered his endless struggle on countless summer nights. New grudges and old grudges, Keyes twisted his neck and twirled the two long daggers as he thought angrily, "Today, I'll settle them all." Thinking of this, he took the initiative to remove the effect of the gray stone boots on his feet in order to make it easier for him to move. He wanted to show off his skills and use the martial arts he learned from the Nine-Sword catalog to seek an explanation for the pain he had suffered before. Tiger claw style, soaring dragon momentum. With his feet slightly bent, like a dragonfly skimming the water, Keyes took a few light steps on the steep cliff and then suddenly jumped up. With the help of the rising airflow, he cleverly lifted his body. Without using any magic ability, he obtained a temporary suspension in the air. That's right, Keyes was provoking them. The rift demons responded at the same time. They immediately spread out and launched a pincer attack on Keyes from all directions. Tiger claw style, mongoose dance. With the help of the temporary suspension in the air, Keyes quickly waved the two long serrated daggers in his hands according to a specific rhythm. They formed a curtain made of steel around the young blue dragon. All the rift demon's spikes were unable to do any damage. A martial technique similar to the sword edge barrier of the six-armed snake demon caught many rift demons off guard. At the same time, they also raised their vigilance against this mortal adventurer that appeared in their territory and did not dare to be careless. However, their fear did not mean that Keyes would stop there. With new and old grudges added together, he had to slash a few more times to vent his anger. Tiger Claw style, Dragon Claw. Using the force of the Rift Demon's spikes, he leaped up to the top of a Rift Demon's head and launched a fierce attack from above. The original intention of the Dragon Claw was to launch a fierce and fatal blow from the top of the enemy's head like the Megalosaurus. Perhaps it was because of the Megalosaurus, but among all the Tiger Claw-style martial techniques, he had the deepest understanding of this move. Pooh! With a sound like a watermelon cracking, Keys's long serrated dagger pierced through the Rift Demon's hairy scalp and went straight into its head. Tiger Claw style, Wolf Dash. Stepping on the dead Rift Demon's body, Keys suddenly dashed out. He did not use any technique, but he was fast enough. Using the cliff, heavily injured, or dead Rift Demons as leverage, the young blue dragon quickly slaughtered the Rift Demons. The lucky ones died directly, while the unlucky ones had their thin wings cut off and fell to the bottom of the abyss, disappearing without a trace. Tiger Claw style, break tendons and break bones. The long dagger, with the sharpening spell, was very powerful. Keys easily cut open all the limbs of the second Rift Demon. The Rift Demon that came last, it had taken some time to get rid of the snake tree, became the only Rift Demon that survived. At this moment, it looked at Keys, and its eyes were clearly saying, "Why are you more demonic than a demon?" I've created a discussion group for Scales of Eternal Order 618382262, and welcome everyone to join in the discussion. I'm not very good at managing works, but seeing that many seniors' works have been included in the list and promoted, to be honest, I'm a little jealous. I hope that the readers who are familiar with this can help clear up my confusion. Thanks for the newbie. Chapter 484. If you surrender, I will be very happy. If you fight to the death, I will be very happy. His lips moved, and cruel words came out of his mouth. With a flip of his wrist, 2 long serrated daggers flew out of his hands. Keys had given a choice, but he had neglected the fact that making a decision required time. This was definitely an unintentional mistake. Chi! With 2 ripping sounds, the surviving Rift Demon's wings were pierced. He was nailed into the rock wall by the long serrated daggers. I know a secret. Perhaps it was because he did not dare to flap his wings, but the Rift Demon's words were rarely mixed with buzzing noises. His words were rather clear. Nest, there is a hidden portal under our nest, and it seems to be connected to a material plane. Without any hesitation, Quest pulled out a dagger and cut off the Rift Demon's beak with a flip of his hand. Without a doubt, the Rift Demon was definitely lying. All the portals that existed in the abyss could only be connected to the bottomless abyss due to the spell that created this plane in the beginning. If Keys was really just a country bumpkin adventurer, there was a possibility that he would be deceived by the Rift Demon. Unfortunately, he was not. Tiger Claw style, tendon break. Reactivating the Greystone boots, Keys stood on the rock wall and began to dismember the Rift Demon's body with the weapon in his hand. Not long after, the Mosquito Demon lost a wing, 2 chelicerae, and the beak on its face. Stop! There really is a portal there that leads to the 12th level of the bottomless abyss. There are mortals from the material plane there. Stopping his butterfly-like cutting, Keys stopped the tip of the dagger in front of the Rift Demon and asked, 12 trees? The demon's compound eyes seemed to widen at the same time. He had never thought that the adventurer in front of him would know so much about the bottomless abyss. Countless centuries ago, on the night before the Obilus demon's rule was overthrown, a few powerful Tanari demons used the name of a peace conference to trick 12 astral apostles to visit the bottomless abyss. Each of them was an agent of a good god. At that time, the upper plane was anxiously observing how the former slaves overthrew their master, Obilus. There were also a few forces from the heavenly realm who wanted to play the role of the shady mastermind behind the scenes in the bottomless abyss in the future. However, the heavens did not fulfill the wishes of men, and the demons would not fulfill the wishes of the gods. After a brief challenge directed at the Apostle Masters, the Thanner demon bound the diplomatic envoys and tied them to the towering trunks of 12 giant trees on a desolate plain. Then, the vicious and merciless Tana brazenly launched an evil and mysterious ritual using the blood, flesh, and souls of the 12 astral apostles as offerings to the vast will of the abyss. And in return, the will of the abyss completely polluted this desolate plain, filling it with chaos and evil for all eternity. Later, in order to commemorate this sacrifice, Tana-Ri's first victory in the upper realm, the demon spontaneously built a basalt altar in this barren plain. It was surrounded by a circle of sickly white trees, mimicking the scene of the ancient apostles' blood spilling out. These trees constantly oozed soul mucus, grayish-green, sickly, and disgusting. Under the premise of not changing the spell structure, all spells with evil characteristics cast on this altar would automatically obtain 2 metamagic abilities, Spell Maximization and Spell Delay. In addition to commemorating those bold and arrogant ancestors, many chaotic and evil existences hoped to use this altar in order to realize their evil plots or rituals. However, there had never been a demon lord who thought of occupying the 12 trees alone. Firstly, the plain where the 12 trees were located was relatively barren, and the effects of the altar were not that magical, at least with the current strength of the demon lords. If they wanted to create a magical item with similar functions, they would just need to spend more resources. Secondly, almost all the Thanner-Ri in the multiverse knew about the power of the 12 trees and expressed their respect for it. Therefore, public offense on this level was seen as an insult to all the Thanner-Ri demons, and no demon lord was willing to offend the public. There were no benefits, so the demon lords simply ignored this place and only regarded it as a place of commemoration. However, the pilgrimage to the 12 trees was still very attractive to some low-level demons. They thought that it would make them luckier and more likely to be favored by the will of the abyss. However, most of the time, a salted fish with a dream was still a salted fish. Whether it was a human or a Thanner-Ri demon, this principle was the same, and the results were very similar. For the pilgrims who came, the 12 trees were never stingy with their evil. This plane would affect those whose will was not strong enough and bind them here forever. Among the Tana, recaptured by the 12 trees, the abyss wretches who desperately struggled to obtain new forms and more powerful abilities such as the dretches, protofiends, and anomalies occupied almost all of the Tana-Ri. Once captured by the 12 trees, they would be intoxicated in a pious and selfless trance and have no interest in the world around them. In addition to these Thanner-Ri, the 12 trees had indeed attracted a group of mortals from the material plane to settle there. For those who were not demons but belonged to the chaotic evil camp, the difficulty of making a living in the 12 trees was far lower than in the other planes of the abyss. They only needed to be wary of the buzzing sound in the sky and spontaneously patrolling rift demons. This was because the reproduction of rift demons required a large number of mortal corpses. These mosquito-like Thanner-Ri demons were different from many demons that evolved directly from worms. They needed to lay eggs on the corpses of mortals before they could reproduce the next generation of rift demons. Therefore, rift demons would instinctively appear in places where mortals gathered. Coupled with the characteristics of the 12 trees, there were many mortals gathered in this plane, and they just happened to meet the need of the rift demons to lay eggs. Of course, if the surviving rift demon only revealed this to Keys, his little life would actually be over. However, when the young blue dragon was about to raise his sword, this guy exposed a shocking secret that completely attracted Keys' attention. The 12 trees built a new mortal city, and the group that built the city seems to be called the Doom Guardians. Doom Guardians? Hearing this name, Keyes could not help but think. He had just dealt with a traitor from that organization. P.S. The following content will not be counted in the word count. A discussion group for Scales of Eternity has been established, and everyone is welcome to come in and discuss. I'm not very good at managing works, but seeing that many of my predecessors' works have been included in the book list and promoted to each other, I'm really a little jealous. I hope that the readers who are familiar with this area can help to clear my doubts. Thanks for the newbie. Chapter 485. There was a city of the Doom Guardians there, and the Rift Demon that survived used this reason to pique Keyes' interest. Because of this, his life was prolonged for a while, until he brought the young blue dragon through the portal hidden in the center of the snake tree, and came to the 12 trees plane. However, this was not because Keyes wanted to get rid of him after he had outlived his usefulness. It was purely because the Rift Demon wanted to bite back and repay kindness with evil. After arriving at the 12 trees, the fellow naively thought that Keyes, who looked like a mortal adventurer, would be affected by this plane. Ordinary mortals, if not for their strong inclination towards the chaotic evil alignment, would feel weak in the 12 trees. The Rift Demon used this opportunity to launch a counterattack against Keyes. Even if he could not kill his opponent, he wanted to escape as much as possible. Unfortunately, the moment he attacked, his wish fell through, and his slim chance of survival disappeared with it. As expected of a demon, throwing away the broken head, Keyes could not help but ridicule. "I wanted to spare your life, but you didn't even give me a chance." The headless remains lay on the ground, and not long after, it was discovered by other demon pilgrims, who then destroyed the corpse in a very environmentally friendly manner. At this time, Keyes had already carried the folded glider and mingled with a group of mortals from the material plane. He did not know where this team came from, but it was difficult for him to guess where this team was going even if he wanted to. Seeing is believing. Keyes sighed. The 12 trees plane is really one of the planes with the most mortals in the abyss. In addition to this team, within the range of the naked eye, there were several other teams meandering on this land. The path they walked on was paved with gray bricks. It was obvious that someone had specially planned and built this plane for this plane. There were some pandiac trees on both sides of the road. Those trees had dark green leaves and red buds, and some had already bloomed. As a rare, friendly plant in the abyss, the pandiac trees would not take the initiative to attack, but they would emit a unique smell. Or it could be said that the special smell was a mixture of garbage, incense, rotten meat, and the sweet and foul smell of flowers, but it was not disgusting. The pedestrians walking on the road, breathing in this fragrance, had a deep and intoxicated expression on their faces. Of course, Keyes was obviously an exception. Not only did he not take a deep breath like the others, he even took out the energy ointment made by the ogre witch doctor and rubbed it on his nose. The faint mint smell that was similar to essential balm dispelled the smell emitted by the pandiac tree, making Quessa's mind feel much more refreshed. Out of curiosity, he dug out a small piece of energy ointment and flicked it into the nostrils of a mortal beside him. That person suddenly inhaled it into his lungs and began to cough involuntarily. His body staggered, and he almost fell to the ground. But at this moment, a rift demon circling in the sky noticed this anomaly and suddenly swooped down to grab the mortal. The demon grinned and stabbed its beak into the man's skull. Its two forelimbs grabbed the man's shoulders and lifted him into the air. Seeing the situation unfold, Quest didn't stop it. He didn't even pay attention to it. He did not want to expose himself. Besides, the mortals who came to the 12 Trees plane were not good people. They were not worth saving. Perhaps it was because the 12 Trees plane was very small, or perhaps it was because the portal keys used was very close to the center of the plane. After walking for 2 hourglasses under the shade of the Pandiac tree, he saw the end of the road, which was also the destination of his trip. The 12-story basalt altars descended one by one along the hillside to the end of the path. A circle of tall trees was planted around the altar. Large patches of fog rose from the treetops and slowly drifted upwards. Under the mist, the entire altar was bluish-gray in color. It was connected to the horizon, and the two colors blended together, making it seem boundless. At the end of the road, there was a checkpoint made of gaudy striped canopies. 2 toll collectors sat inside. They were also mortals, but not humans. One was a Slickland mantisman, and the other was a depraved half-goat. Name, where you're from. Just fill it in. If you want to visit the altar, don't waste your precious time. The half-goat was lying on a rattan rocking chair. His inverted hooves were propped up on the table in front of him. There's a weight scale over there. Weigh yourself and pay according to the value shown on the scale. He chewed a Pandiac root in his mouth and glanced at keys lazily. If you don't have money, go earn some money first. The Slickland mantisman tapped his lower jaw. They could not speak, and communication between their own kind could only be completed by exchanging pheromones with their tentacles. He expressed his agreement and pushed a Pandiac leaf in front of Keys. It was a contract. The words on it were written in the language of the abyss. Naturally, it did not have any binding force. The content was more like a letter of introduction. Its main purpose was to introduce the signatory to a place called Entropy City to work. At the bottom of the contract, there was a blank signature space. Obviously, most of the people who ran to the bottomless abyss were not rich. Most of them could not take out disaster coins corresponding to their weight to pay the fee for visiting the altar. Therefore, if they wanted to go on a pilgrimage, they would have to go to Entropy City to do odd jobs for a while. In fact, since the half-goat and the mantisman had been guarding here, they had not seen many people who could afford to pay. However, they still had to go through the routine every day to take care of the idiots who came from various planes to the 12 Trees. This was the Sigil City's derogatory term for mortals from material planes. These two who came from the Sigil City to the bottomless abyss were not used to using the term country bumpkins. It was conceivable that their patience, if they had any, had long been worn down by the daily explanations. If you don't have money, sign it. Don't waste time. The half-goat was halfway through his words when he suddenly stopped abruptly. He almost bit his tongue. What do you want? Like magic, Keys took out a long serrated dagger from his waist and inserted it on the table at the checkpoint. What's your surname? Thousand Grass Cup. Jumping down from the rattan chair, the half-goat quickly hid behind the mantisman. Why are you asking this? Don't play tricks. You're not the only one who thinks he can fight, but he couldn't even last one round in front of Keishi. The mantisman seemed to understand his companion's words. His 4 arms raised their weapons at the same time. He was ready to attack at any time. I really believe that. After all, his 1 round included a mantis halberd and 2 triangular shuttles, a total of 3 attacks. P.S. The following content will not be counted in the word count. I've created a discussion group for Scales of Eternity, 618382262. Everyone is welcome to join in the discussion. I'm not very good at managing works, but seeing that many of my predecessors' works have been included in the book list and promoted to each other, I'm a little jealous. I hope that the readers who are familiar with this field can help to clear my doubts. Thanks for the newbie. Chapter 486. Paying with a knife is better than paying with money. This was a proverb of the desert elves in the Ashen world. It was also applicable in the abyss, especially when the payment was an enchanted treasure. Walking on the path, Pu Thousand Herb Cup played with his harvest. From time to time, he would cut a few forsythia plants and put them into his mouth to chew. Then, he would spit out a light yellow herbal juice. This half-goat came from Sigil City. Strictly speaking, he was from a noble family. His uncle, Woolly Thousand Herb Cup, was the most famous potion appraiser in Sigil City. He was also a manufacturer and merchant of potions, oils, perfumes, and poisons. In Sigil City, Woolly Thousand Herb Cup was known by everyone. This reputation came from his mouth, esophagus, and intestines. You have a bottle of white liquid without a label. You picked up some red mucus in the noisy space tunnel. You want to know the effects of this stuff or what would happen to ordinary people after drinking it. Just give it to Woolly, because he would never refuse a potion from others. Some assassins would even give him a carefully concocted strong poison. He would just drink it and then tell them to add more nightshade and belladonna. Someone once saw him swallow enough balers to kill 10 balers, but he still maintained a smile and patiently told the customers to add more brain fluid from the balers. Of course, Thousand Herb Cup also had times when he failed. Once, after drinking a gift from a certain naughty tiefling nobleman, a mixture of the essence of a mind reaver's brain pool that hadn't been inactivated and the secretions of a slaw green toad's digestive tract, he began running around Sigil City in a frenzy as if he was in contact with fluorine and hydrogen. He knocked over shop signs, rental carriages, delivery carts, and everything he could knock over. And as he ran, he shouted the word, "Woolly." Later, some busybodies called him Woolly. After being healed, Thousand Herb Cup did not care at all when he heard others call him Woolly. He was even somewhat satisfied with this name, so he made Woolly his name, and Thousand Herb Cup was promoted to his family name. Later on, he shaved all the hair on his body and made a woolen waistcoat, making the name even more true to its name. Pu Wu Qianchao Yi was Uli Qianchao Yi's nephew and the only surviving apprentice who had been taught by him. Pu Wu was named after his habit of spitting out the residue and juice of the herbs after he finished chewing them. To be honest, Pu Wu did not like this name. However, what made him even more disgusted was his uncle-cum-master, who could not die no matter what. As long as Wu Li Thousand Herbs Cup was not poisoned to death, he could only be the second-ranked potion appraiser in Sigil City. In comparison, although Pu Wu and Wu Li were of the same lineage, their resistance to various poisons could be said to be abnormal. But Pu Wu could at most chew all kinds of herbs without any hindrance. Those overly powerful alchemy poisons could still easily kill it. In any market, winner takes all was a fixed and unchanging rule. Even if he managed to achieve second place, if he couldn't achieve first place, then this second place would be meaningless. After finishing his apprenticeship under Wu Li's guidance and starting his own business in Sigil City, Pu Wu Qianchao Yi did not receive many orders at all. He really couldn't maintain it, so he had no choice but to rely on the Doom Guardians and fantasize about being a chicken head instead of a phoenix tail. However, the reality was cruel. Even in this gang, everyone still thought that Wu Li Thousand Herbs Cup was the best potion appraiser, and all matters related to this business would cost money to transact with him. Pu Wu was at most a herbal research scholar with some skills, so he was only arranged to work in 12 trees. Because he could express and write in the Abyss language, which was not a rare skill in Sigil City, he was also responsible for checking the documents at the checkpoint. The Mantis Man Slicklin, who couldn't even speak, was the only assistant arranged by the Doom Guardians. At the same time, he was also a bodyguard, a facilitator, and supervisor of his work progress. Buddy, you have to understand that this is all about making a living. Chewing on a branch of a snake tree, Pu Wu said to Keys behind him and shrugged his shoulders to express his apology. In fact, Keys was not still brooding over his loss as he thought. He was just a little curious. I understand. A deal is a deal. I'm just not worried. Are you poisoned? I saw that you have eaten 6 or 7 kinds of poisonous herbs. Don't worry. Poo-woo rubbed his fingers and cleaned up the grass clippings. I'm paid to do this. I will definitely bring you safely to Entropy City. That's good. Not long ago, Keys used an enchanted serrated dagger to not only exchange for a ticket to visit the demon altar, but also used the extra premium to let the half-goat at the checkpoint be his guide and take him to visit the so-called Entropy City. Originally, Slicklin disagreed because he would be the only one left at the checkpoint, and the work would become more boring. At the same time, because he couldn't speak, there was no way for him to explain to those mortals which would definitely affect his work efficiency. But after Keys said that he would compensate him, the mantisman readily agreed. At first, he wanted Keys's other enchanted dagger, but Keys did not agree. Fortunately, you left a weapon for yourself, Poo-woo said to Keys while skipping. Entropy City is one of the important bases of the Doom Guardians. If you want to walk there, you can't lack anything but a handy weapon. Then he continued to ask, can the floral clothes you gave to that Slicklin mantisman really make him fly? It's a hang glider, Keys corrected. To be precise, the hang glider allows him to glide in the sky. If he wants to fly freely, he needs to provide his own power. Chatting, they slowly walked to the end of the path, leaving the altar at the center of the 12 trees far behind them. Keys estimated that they had walked for about an hourglass. Along the way, without the shade of the Pandico tree, they encountered many pilgrims of the lower tower demon. But what surprised the young blue dragon was that most of these ferocious guys in the past were focused on praying with their heads lowered. They seemed to have no interest in the demi-humans passing by in front of them, as well as him, a mortal who looked easy to bully. There's something strange about this plane, Quest thought to himself. Poo-woo Qianchao Cup brought him to a tall tree that looked like a giant sequoia tree, but had pale bark growing on it. The demi-human stretched out his well-maintained hoof and kicked a burl at the bottom of the trunk, triggering a certain mechanism. With a soft swish, Entropy City, which was shrouded in the inferior illusion lock all day long, suddenly appeared in front of them. P.S. The following content is not counted in the word count. A discussion group 6183822624 for Scales of Eternal Order has been established. Everyone is welcome to join in the discussion. I'm not very good at managing works, but I'm a little jealous when I see that many works of my predecessors are included in the list and promoted to each other. I hope that the readers who are familiar with this field can help to clear my doubts. Thanks for the newbie. Chapter 487. Entropy City was one of the 7 major fortresses of the Doom Guardians. The city was built on the shore of a tributary of the Styx River and extended up to the steep slope of the hills. From a distance, it looked like it was made up of colorful blocks. The walls of the buildings were red, orange, yellow, and white. The roofs were magenta, and the Pandico trees along the street bloomed with dark red flowers. According to Poo-woo's introduction, those buildings were not made of wood, bricks, or metal. They were purely made of rune cloth. This is a city of tents. It is easy to build and easy to dismantle. It coincides with the creed of Doomsday will destroy everything. Rune cloths with gaudy colors were piled up, sewn together, and glued together to form Entropy City. The city was shrouded in the second-class illusion all day long. The streets were like dark blocks, full of shadows, crowds, and the sounds of the market. It's really extravagant. Keys couldn't help but sigh as he walked on the carpet-paved road. Your club is really generous. His comment was not flattering. One had to know that this city was made of rune cloth, which was much more expensive than ordinary building materials. The rune cloth is beautiful and easy to use. After listening to Keys's words, Puwu first affirmed, but then his attitude suddenly changed. But what does it have to do with me? As if a chatterbox had been opened, the demigod began his long speech, constantly telling Quest about the hardships he had faced in the past. From Puwu's words, Keys understood the thoughts of many low-level members of the Doom Guardians, and he suddenly thought of a word. The hearts of the people can be used. It was only when he arrived at the gates of Entropy City and saw the two festered guarding the gates that the half-goat Puwu held back his tongue. The so-called evildoers didn't refer to a special race but a designation for the military personnel of the Doom Guardians. In theory, the evildoers could be of any race as long as they believed in the theory of ultimate decay. Even angels were not a problem. Of course, the evildoers standing in front of the huge rune cloth curtain were not so special. They were just two ordinary Cambion demons. You brat from the Mad Goat family. And you, dummy, one of the Cambions said arrogantly, if you want to enter the city, you have to pay first. You're the crazy sheep. Your whole family is crazy sheep, crazy dogs, crazy pigs, crazy cows, crazy Hufong, crazy Razorvine. Looking at Puwu, who seemed to have gone mad, saliva splashing out of his mouth, and whose eyes were turning gray, Keys had a thought. This guy might really have the capital to be so arrogant. That was indeed the case. Cambion, whose entire family had been cursed by Puwu, was instantly enraged and immediately started arguing with him. However, although their words were filthy, their bodies were very honest. They kept retreating, afraid that they would be stained with Puwu's saliva. As a worsener, Demon Cambion, who had once roamed Sigil City, had naturally heard of the famous Thousand Grass Cup family. Even if he was not as legendary as his uncle, the half-goat Puwu was definitely a difficult character to deal with. He was truly not someone to be trifled with. The not to be trifled with here was not referring to his combat strength. If it was a competition of blades, Demon Cambion was definitely not afraid of the half-goat. What they were really afraid of was actually the strange poison that the Thousand Grass Cup carried. It was said that it could possibly kill Baylor demons. Wu Li Thousand Grass Cup had once hired several assassins in an attempt to eliminate his competitors through physical means. But who would have thought that the powerful assassin group, which had both mages and assassins, would be completely annihilated while carrying out the mission? Those assassins had indeed seriously injured Wu Li, causing him to bleed fatally. Then, they were also stained with the body fluids of the half-goat, drinking all kinds of strange potions all day long. The half-goat of the Thousand Grass Cup family actually had a strange, highly toxic poison in their bodies. Not only could it kill the enemy, but it could also allow the half-goat of the Thousand Grass Cup family to enjoy the effects of rapid medical treatment and high-speed regeneration. Although this passive skill was not offensive, it was more than enough for Wu Li and his nephew to protect themselves. Although Puwu could not compare to his uncle, Demon Cambion did not feel that he could compare to the assassin group that had been destroyed. Therefore, the two sides were separated by a long distance and cursed at each other for a long time, but it still did not escalate to a conflict of force. Leader Pant is in the city. The entrance fee collected today is to subsidize her birthday celebration. If you have the ability, go and argue with her. After quarreling for a long time, the half-goat Puwu finally ended with a fatal sentence. The result was lamentable. On the last day of every year, the Doom Guardians celebrated the approaching of entropy. They also warmly celebrated the birthday of their leader, Panta, and celebrated her approaching decline for another year. This was also the tradition of the Doom Guardians. And in these 2 days, they often became murderous due to excessive drinking, and the celebration would usually gradually go out of control. However, their leader, Ms. Panta, was not tired of it. She felt that this was more in line with the doctrine of the decline of all things. All things will eventually decline. enjoying joy before destruction is not an extravagance at all, Pu explained to Keys. Although on the surface he agreed with the answer given by the leader, only he knew what he was thinking in his heart. However, the pained look on the half-goat's face when he put the calamity coins into the toll box explained a lot of problems. The demon guard that was comparable to him opened the runic gate, and Kith and the centaur walked into Entropy City. The road was covered with pine branches, and when they were stepped on, they emitted a refreshing aura. The bottomless abyss could not produce pine branches, and Pu knew that they were all transported from afar. Such extravagance and waste made him shake his head and let out a long sigh. His pockets were empty, and his heart became tired. In order to relieve the trauma in his heart, as soon as he entered the city, Pu pounced on the food placed on the street for people to pick. Wild boar ribs smeared with beer, roasted bear meat, roasted venison, crackling roasted zebra loin, bread drizzled with delicious soup, and beer, wine, and rum to accompany the meal. The delicious food coupled with alcohol started a long night that was likely to be followed by a serious hangover in the morning. Unlike the half-goat who wolfed down the food, Keys was not interested in the free food at all. Thanks to the Megalosaurus's keen sense of smell, he smelled the scent of the pandiac tree in every food and drink. In fact, he had already exercised considerable restraint. Otherwise, with the characteristics of a certain rabbit deep in his soul, he might have set a fire at this moment to liven things up for the Doom Guardians. P.S. The following content is not counted in the word count. I have established a discussion group 618382262 for Scales of Eternal Order, and welcome everyone to join in the discussion. I'm not very good at managing works, but I'm a little jealous when I see many seniors' works being included in the book list and promoted to each other. I hope that the readers who are familiar with this aspect can help me clear up my doubts. Thanks for the newbie. Chapter 488. Aren't you going to eat? The taste is too strong. I'm not used to it. While chatting with Pu, Keys browsed through Entropy City. He had just paid the entrance fee to the city. However, he didn't use calamity coins. Instead, he threw 2 pieces of 6-armed snake demon leather to the Cambion demon as payment. That's a pity. Today is one of the few days that you guys who do odd jobs can eat your fill in Entropy City. Eat your fill, just like him. Keys used his eyes to point at a man lying on the street. Then I'd rather bear with it, for a while. Following Quitha's gaze, the demi-human saw a man who was motionless, half lying and half leaning on the street corner. His mouth was strangely black like blood, and there were flies gathered around his lips like a bunch of raisins. What was even more terrifying was that he raised his hand as if he wanted to wave the flies off his face, but that hand only twitched in the air. It was as if that action had long been forgotten, and it was only moving due to the repeated numbness and trembling in his muscles. Keys could tell that the man's waving hand was actually a gesture needed to cast a certain spell. Due to ingesting too much of the pandiac tree's extract, his thinking was impaired, and his spell-casting gesture was severely distorted. Well, that's because he ate too much. Spellcaster, their physique is too weak. You're a warrior, so you should learn self-discipline. Keys glanced at the half-goat Pu and said seriously, "This is what an excellent warrior should do." Keys was acting as an experienced adventurer. His words were mixed with some sincerity, adding some authenticity to his character. Okay. The pandiac tree's bark has the effect of calming and numbing the nerves, allowing the body to roam freely without the brain. But you're right, that thing is poisonous. At first, it's just trembling, then paralysis, and finally death. Although his behavior was crazy in the eyes of others, Pu couldn't hide his professionalism when it came to herbs. Moreover, when discussing the effects of herbs with others, perhaps it was because of the family honor of the Thousand Herbs Cup, he would never lie. Very professional. I have a friend who is a witch doctor. He is very good at making potions, but in terms of pharmacology, you are still better. Hearing this praise, the half-goat Pooh Woo was visibly excited. No one had ever praised him like this in Sigil City, because the person who received the compliments was always his uncle, who drank the venom of the demon-hunting spider as a drink, Uli Qianchao cup. As a result, Pooh Woo became even more friendly. He kept asking Keys if he had the witch doctor's medicine so that he could appraise it. The young blue dragon had no choice but to take out a bit of the energy ointment that he had used before and give it to him to study it slowly. In the end, this herbalist was able to identify most of the ingredients used in Paru's ointment just by smelling them. After tasting a small piece of the ointment, he came up with a new idea to improve it. However, in the end, Pooh Woo still gave Paru's energy serum a very high evaluation. Very good. The raw materials are simple and cheap, but the effect is not shabby. Ha! Your friend's level is second only to mine. The half-goat jumped up and down as he narrated, looking very happy. He was even more certain that Keys was a guy who knew what was good for him. You are a master of herbs. Why did the Doom Guardians arrange for you to sell tickets? Isn't this a waste of talent? Although Keys had already guessed it, he wanted to plant a thorn in Pooh Woo's heart. So he asked while knowing the answer. Sigh, friend, most people in the multiverse are not as knowledgeable as you. Most of them are dumb. After looking around, the half-goat continued to whisper, even some guys who claim to be veterans are the same. He was very careful with his complaints, but there was still someone, a woman who made Pooh Woo somewhat fearful, who heard his words. Kid from the Mad Goat family. If you have any dissatisfaction, just say it. The doors of the Doomsday Judgment Hall are open to all brothers. Suddenly hearing this voice, the half-goat Pooh Woo jumped up from his spot in horror, jumping more than 3 feet. This time, he did not open his mouth to retort. Instead, he looked at the speaker with an "I was wrong" look. Humph, spoil sport, send the dumb guy you brought to the shipyard immediately. My birthday needs to be celebrated, but the cause of decay cannot be stopped. Keys was actually not very angry about being called a dumb guy. He was more curious about her, who spoke. There was no other meaning. He just could not imagine that the Soul Judgment Demon, who looked like a hybrid of a wild boar and a giant ape, was actually a female. Captain Pant. Pooh Woo still wanted to explain, but the female Soul Judgment Demon seemed to have drunk too much alcohol and ignored the half-goat. The leader of the Doom Guardians picked up the wine placed on the side of the street and continued to drink while walking along the street. Keys noticed that she did not have a guard beside her. Maybe as a Soul Judgment Demon, she was quite confident in her strength, but how much strength could she exert when she was drunk? Maybe she was strolling around the city to follow the example of the Lady of Pain who ruled the Sigil City, although doing so seemed to be a bit imitative. Or maybe she wanted to tempt potential enemies to attack her, so that she could personally practice the doctrine of all things decline. However, these had nothing to do with Keys for the time being, at least if he did not want to kill the half-goat pharmacist now. Sorry, friend. Pooh Woo looked at Keys apologetically. Just like a bard said, whether it's a human or a rat, even the most satisfactory arrangement will inevitably have accidents. Your tour must be suspended. I will. It's okay. I can understand. Keys comforted him. What's more, I am also very interested in the shipyard and the cause of decay. It's good that you can understand. I fully understand. Accompanied by chatting and pleasantries, the half-goat Pooh Woo led Keys through the streets of Entropy City and came to the center of the city. Different from what Keys had imagined, the The core of this fortress of the Doom Guardians was not a building such as a mage tower or a castle. A factory that occupied a large area was hidden in it. This is the shipyard, Puwu pointed out to the young blue dragon. In the multiverse, there are very few shipyards that can build the ship of chaos. Keys nodded. At least half of the factory in front of him was hidden under the ground, and only the sunshade made of rune cloth was exposed. According to the magic aura he observed, the rune cloth on the sunshade was obviously much more advanced than the other buildings in Entropy City. In addition to the common sturdy spell and magic protection, there were probably some additional counterattack spells. P.S. The following content is not counted in the word count. 1. Thank you to Shoutang246 for the tip. 2. I have established a discussion group for Scales of Eternity, 618382262. Everyone is welcome to join in the discussion. At present, there is an outline part of the comic format that I drew, an introduction to the Easter egg, related historical knowledge, and the author's daily life in the group. Readers who want to see more behind-the-scenes highlights of the creation, please join. Chapter 489. He didn't know how Pant notified the shipyard, nor did he know if it was because there were always people on the streets of Entropy City keeping an eye on the movements of the Doom Guardian leader. Anyway, when Puwu brought keys to the gate of the shipyard, the Hezru guards naturally let them pass. What a terrible smell. Every time I come here, I feel a little nauseous. The nauseating body odor of the Hezru tortured the half-goat's nerves. When the rune cloth curtain fell and separated the inside and outside of the shipyard, Puwu hurriedly took the opportunity to take 2 deep breaths. Keys expressed his agreement. However, when he was trapped by the amber seal last time, he had evolved into a creature that didn't need to breathe. Therefore, he only blocked his sense of smell for a short time and was lucky enough to avoid the misfortune of feces entering his nose. Use that energy ointment, Sui Xiong kindly reminded the half-goat. Apply it on your nose, and it can effectively cover the stench. Puwu, who was tormented by the residual stench in his nose to the point of having a migraine, did not doubt Sui Xiong and immediately followed Sui Xiong's instructions. The effect was immediate. Good way to use it. It's very effective. After curing himself, the half-goat Puwu's mood improved a lot. He began to act as a guide for Keys again, seemingly having forgotten the task given to him by the Doom Guardian leader Pant. He led Keys along the winding passage built by the rune cloth wall. Unlike the festive atmosphere outside, although the shipyard was also bustling, it was purely caused by the sweat of the laborers. According to Puwu, the shipyard in Entropy City not only accommodated a large number of part-time 12 Trees pilgrims, but at the same time, the Doom Guardians also recruited a large number of laborers in the fortresses of various quasi-elemental planes. They shared the task of building the Chaos Boat. The so-called Chaos Boat was also known as the Entropy Boat. The original Chaos Boat was made of crushed bones, surrendered souls, and petitioners from the bottomless abyss. Because it had a crazy power dedicated to resisting the effects of order, it was used by the demons of Tana Re to fight against the demons in the Blood War. Most of the Chaos Boats served under the Demon Lords, and only a small portion sailed between the various planes. They could use the river Styx to reach various locations in the lower realms, and at the same time, they could use the gate between worlds to go to the marked material planes. There were some brave or reckless travelers who would pay a reasonable fee for the right to ride the Chaos Boat. However, the Boat of Chaos was not protected by the Nether River like the boats of the ferrymen of the Nether River, nor did it have an unreliable captain and crew. Therefore, it was not safe to travel in this way. Just like the McQuay that Keys had met before, a Yugoloth magic merchant who had fallen into a trap, these experienced underworld traveling merchants usually had better alternatives. For example, through certain methods, he could obtain a second-hand ferry sold by the ferryman of the river Styx. Or he could submit an order to the Doom Knights to buy a modified Chaos boat, the Adversity boat, which did not have the ability to suppress order, but was more stable and safe. The shipyard is an important source of funds for the society, and it is also the only business that needs to be built and operated in addition to the traditional businesses related to violence. Pu Wu introduced to Keyes. Keyes nodded slightly, but he could not help but think, even the business of construction and operation is full of violence. There were a large number of workers in the shipyard: stonemasons, carpenters, blacksmiths, lime-burning workers, and other kinds of labor needed for the project. How many of them were hired? How many of them were simply slaves that the Doom Knights had captured from various planes? In addition to sufficient manpower, the factory did not seem to lack production tools. As far as Keyes could see, every worker had an axe, shovel, hoe, pickaxe, and other iron tools in their hands. And where did the materials for building the Adversity boat come from? From the perspective of cost, Keyes did not think that the Doom Knights would honestly spend money to buy the materials. Because the office responsible for coordinating the manpower was located in the center of the shipyard, Pu Wu took Keyes to walk through the winding corridors for a long time. Along the way, they passed by many production workshops and also encountered several teams of patrolling evildoers. When they were about to reach their destination, they passed by a workshop with the sign Engine R&D Center. Unlike the other workshops before, the half-goat did not enthusiastically act as a tour guide. Instead, he urged Keyes to leave the gate quickly. "You'd better pray that you never come here," Pu Wu said seriously. "As long as the door of this workshop is opened, the evildoers on duty inside will rush out and indiscriminately capture workers because they need." After pondering for a moment, Keyes seemed to have experienced some kind of ideological struggle. Thanks to his attainments in psionic ability, even if he did not show his ability at all, Pu Wu still felt guilty. The half-goat felt that he had to make some compensation. So he continued. "Scapegoats." He cautiously said a word. This engine R&D workshop was originally called the Room. Every Adversity boat needs someone to provide power. At first, only the workers who have lost their ability to work were arranged to undertake this work. But later, due to the increase in orders for Adversity boats, the workers would be sent here by drawing lots every once in a while. But recently, for some reason, the orders have skyrocketed, and the workers who were drawn lots could not make up for the lack of oarsmen. Therefore, the evildoers inside are used as backup oarsmen in order to prevent misfortune from befalling them. Every time the door is opened, the evildoers will rush out like a swarm of bees and kidnap a large number of people. They will not even let the other Doom guards go. After listening to Pu Wu's words, Keyes originally wanted to ask, "Doesn't your Captain Pant care about it?" But then he thought of the belief of the Doom guards, all things decaying, and he understood. Since they will die sooner or later, it doesn't matter. What a bunch of unreasonable lunatics. After understanding the reason, Keyes could not help but secretly ridicule. Just when Pu Wu urged him to hurry up, the room-covered corridor suddenly glowed red. The curtain of the Engine R&D Center workshop, which was originally closed, automatically rolled up. "Oh no, let's go." P.S. The following are not counted in the word count. 1. Thank you to Shoutang246, Ink Journey, and other readers for their rewards. Thank you for your support. 2. Established a Scales of Eternal Order discussion group 618382262. Everyone is welcome to come in and discuss. At present, there is an outline part of the manga form, an introduction of the Easter egg, related historical knowledge, and the author's daily life in the group. Readers who want to see more behind-the-scenes highlights of the creation, hurry up and join. Chapter 490. Keyes would not run. Retreating at the last minute was not his style. Moreover, he was also very interested in the engine of the ship. Therefore, he simply surrendered. Before surrendering, Keyes also made an appropriate resistance in order to make his act more realistic. He threw out an elongated serrated dagger and killed a quasi-demon who overestimated himself. Then, he raised his hands under Pu-Wu's surprised gaze. "I surrender. If you kill me, you will have one less oarsman." It was a very reasonable explanation. The leader of the evildoers, the Bugala demonic ape, with a face full of wrinkles, strode forward. He stretched out his powerful arms and grabbed Keyes' wrists with both hands. "He is my share. The half-goat belongs to you." The other evildoers might have some objections. After all, based on what he had just shown, Keyes should be a good warrior. Such a mortal was most suitable to be an oarsman. However, due to the strength of the Bugala demonic ape, they did not dare to raise any objections. They could only nod in agreement and look at Pu-Wu. In the end, Pu-Wu was captured by a Cambion demon. The remaining evildoers could only dejectedly run to the other workshops. "Don't worry, I will cover you. We will find a chance to sneak out." After all, they don't always check the number of people. The half-goat Pu-Wu crept closer to Quess as he walked, whispering his escape grand plan to him, in order to reassure Keyes. He also showed off his unique skill. He puffed up his cheeks and regurgitated 2 grass balls from his stomach. Razorvine spore balls. The half-goat blinked. "It is very convenient to use. It is enough to create a chance to escape." Keyes was certain that although Pu-Wu thought that he spoke very softly, the Bugala demonic ape must have heard him. What surprised him was that the leader of the evildoers did not have any reaction. It seemed to be indifferent to the impending trouble. That was indeed the case. The Bugala demonic ape was not worried at all about whether the Engine Research and Development Center would be destroyed. He only knew that as long as he submitted a few people today, he would not have the chance to fill the slots that urgently needed to be filled. That was enough. Compared to the entire shipyard, the workshop of the Engine Research and Development Center was actually not that big. It didn't take them long to reach the work area. There was an oval-shaped pool here that was filled with a blood-red liquid. It should be the Styx River water that was brought in from outside the city. The entire work area was filled with an unpleasant aura. It was possible that a large amount of negative energy had accumulated here not long ago. At the edge of the pool stood a circle of dismantled masts, on which hung many lamps to provide illumination. The evildoers who had gone out to capture their prey returned to the Nether River pool one after another. Most of them had successfully captured the scapegoats. When the last evilizer was assembled, the Bugala demonic ape, who had been waiting quietly, stood up straight and roared, "Close the rune gate and bring all the oarsmen sent from the workshops here. If there's not enough, let the people we captured make up for it." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 hill demons, who looked more like goats than the half-goat Pu-Wu, and had goat heads, immediately took action. They ran to the side of the full Nether River pool and hooked something with the twigs on the halberds in their hands. Together, they scooped it up. It was a wet wheel. The hill demons held the halberds in their mouths and worked together to turn the wheel. The wooden bearings creaked as if thousands of voices were humming in unison. As the wheel continued to turn, a few holes appeared on the runic wall. Laborers from the other workshops walked out from these holes. These people only had loincloths to cover their bodies. All of them were silent as they walked forward under the evildoers' scolding and whipping. Their health seemed to be very poor. Day after day of heavy labor had worn away their muscles, leaving them with thin bones. Every one of them had an iron ring tied to their waist and handcuffs on their wrists. The iron rings and handcuffs were tied to the people around them with short but heavy chains, and because they were tied too tightly, these shackled people could sit or squat, but they couldn't lie down to rest. What kind of work can they do? Keys turned his head and asked Puu softly. They probably can't even pick up an oar. The half-goat Puu seemed to be chewing something in his mouth. He shrugged his shoulders and explained to Keys in a helpless tone. First of all, it's not them, but us. Secondly, we are oars, but we don't really need to have physical strength. Keys was still full of suspicion. Puu didn't explain further. He only raised his chin and pointed at the pool with his goatee-like beard. As for the specifics, I'm not too sure, but just continue watching. Don't forget what I said just now. Keys wasn't annoyed that he didn't get an answer. Just as Puu said, he would probably be able to answer his doubts if he continued watching. Seeing that everything was ready and that everyone was accounted for, the leader of the evildoers, the demonic ape Bugala, nodded and roared again. Bring down the cauldron. Prepare to arrange for the oarsmen to take their seats. Perhaps because this task was more important, he didn't let others do it, but chose to do it himself. The majestic demon stomped his legs and leaped more than 30 feet into the air. He reached out and grabbed the ring on the ceiling. Using his weight, the demonic ape Bugala dragged the ring down and activated the mechanism in the workshop. Click, 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 accompanied by the sound of hinges. An object that looked like a cauldron slowly descended from the ceiling. The bottom of the cauldron was facing the pool of the sticks. Rows of oars extended from the edge of the cauldron and sank into the pool. After maintaining stability, the cauldron cracked open a hole. A gangway extended out from it and connected to the ground. All the evildoers got busy. They urged the laborers to line up in single file and walk up the gangway one by one. So this is what it is. Colorful, magical light gushed out from the hole in the cauldron and reflected in the young blue dragon's arcane vision. The material of the cauldron was somewhat special. It seemed to be able to prevent magical energy from leaking or seeping in. It could also block magical waves. According to the magical light, Keys analyzed that there were at least 2 sets of magical rune systems engraved inside the cauldron. One set was relatively simple. It only had a single disintegrate effect. It could instantly kill creatures and disintegrate them into dust. The other set of runes was more responsible. Not only could it release soul trap, but it could also extract and transform soul energy. This cauldron is actually an enlarged version of the obsidian magic orb. The so-called engine is actually driven by soul energy. Thinking of this, Keys couldn't help but feel a little disinterested. Originally, he wanted to see if the engine of the ship could be used as a reference. He wanted to steal part of its technology and add it to the new boom town. But who would have thought that the engine lacked creativity? Apart from the special outer material, which was somewhat attractive to Keys, the engine was simply a common product. P.S. Below not counted in the word count. Created a discussion group for Scales of Eternity, 618382262. Everyone is welcome to join in the discussion. Currently, there is an outline part of the comic format that I drew, an introduction to the Easter egg, related historical knowledge, and the author's daily life in the group. Readers who want to see more behind-the-scenes highlights of the creation, please join in. Chapter 4, 91. As the heating device was activated, the pool began to boil, and the evaporated Styx water gradually seeped into the cauldron suspended above. Around the Styx pool, there seemed to be some hidden magic circles to ensure that the rising water vapor would not escape to the surroundings. Looking at the blood-red mist, Quess appeared to be worried and sick at heart. He whispered to the half-goat Puu beside him, "Don't worry." The Styx water vapor is most likely used to cleanse the souls of laborers. Those who come into contact with it will easily become an idiot. The wet and sticky air soaked the half-goat's hair, and Pu-Wu felt a little irritated at the moment. It's okay. A good show is about to begin. He pretended to cover his mouth and cough. He regurgitated some herbal balls from the depths of his stomach and then threw them out. These were not the razorvine spores he showed to Keys before, but some concentrated pills called frenzy powder. Frenzy powder contained octagon and ebony turtle. As long as it came into contact with the skin, it would cause people to become manic and irritable. Moreover, these concentrated pills would also explode slightly after absorbing water. They could only be preserved by the half-goat's stomach juice. Puff, 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 subtle and light explosions sounded. The frenzy powder exploded in the queue of laborers waiting to be put into the cauldron. Many people were directly affected. In just 2 breaths, the people whose skin came into contact with the frenzy powder gradually showed abnormalities, and a commotion suddenly broke out. Quest watched all of this with interest, but did not say anything. He wanted to see if the half-goat man had any other tricks up his sleeve. The evildoers had begun to suppress the riot. Because creating disturbances is the old profession of the Doom Guardians, they can do a good job of containing disturbances. Knock those crazy guys out, Bugalaw roared. Don't kill them. Just throw them into the cauldron. After saying this, the leader of the evildoers immediately turned his head and glared fiercely at the half-goat who was pretending to be innocent. Not long ago, he heard the whispers between Pu-Wu and Keys, so it was not difficult to guess who was the initiator. Madram, you're courting death. The demon that looked like a giant ape slapped its chest and instantly activated advanced teleportation, directly arriving in front of the demi-human. Just as Keys was about to help his guide and block the demon's angry attack, Pu-Wu launched a counterattack. He snorted, and 2 brownish-green razorvine spores shot out of his nostrils and hit the Bugala demonic ape. The razorvine was the most representative plant of Sigil City. The plant is named for its appearance, a coiled climbing plant with a blade-shaped stalk hidden among lush, glossy black leaves. It was harmless on its own and could be used as fuel after drying up. Some winemakers would even use it as a raw material to brew heart wine. Although the leaves were sharp and could easily cut through leather or cloth, they were not very effective against metal plate armor. However, out of confidence in the defensive capabilities of its muscles, the Bugala demonic ape didn't wear any metal armor. Therefore, when the razorvine spores exploded and the razorvine began to grow wildly, his body was immediately cut. The Bugala demonic ape was like a gorilla trapped in a trap. Every time it struggled, it would only bleed more. What was more terrifying was that the razorvine spores were poisoned because they had been in the demihuman's stomach for a long time. Along the cut wounds, the poison instantly entered the malevolent commander's body, making him feel dizzy. Even though the demon Thanner was immune to poison, it was still somewhat powerless in the face of the 1,000 Herb Cup family's poison. Stop! Don't try to break through the door. Seeing that Keys was about to walk to the door of the workshop, Pu-Wu immediately stopped him. Walk on top of the cauldron. There's a processing center there. The demi-human actually had a certain understanding of the engine research and development center. At least, he knew where the core of the workshop was. This wasn't because he had a high status in the Doom Guardians, but purely because the 1,000 Herb Cup had stayed in Sigil City for a long time. After operating in Sigil City for so long, in addition to their own strange strength, the demi-human uncle and nephew also relied on many regular customers. Among them was a customer from the Miracle Craftsman race. Every once in a while, he would order some supplements from the 1,000 Herb Cup shop. Pu-Wu actually didn't know much about this customer, but in fact, looking at the entire multiverse, Even those knowledgeable scholars knew very little about the miracle craftsman race. It was a mysterious race. Although their individual strength wasn't outstanding, they were all excellent engineers. It was precisely because of this that the doomed defenders had invited him to Entropy City to design and build the engine of the Adversity crossing boat. The reason why Pu Wu knew this was that in addition to working at the checkpoint, he also had to regularly prepare supplements for the Miracle Craftsman race. Every time he finished preparing such supplements, he would personally deliver them to the Miracle Craftsman race customer to ensure that it was safely consumed. Therefore, he knew that there was a personal workshop belonging to the Miracle Craftsman race above the workshop of the Engine R&D Center. Moreover, he also knew that the workshop was completely built to restrict the Miracle Craftsman race. Apart from being relatively secretive, there weren't many restrictions. If he could reach there, the difficulty of escaping would be much lower than from the Engine R&D Center. Although Pu Wu looked crazy, how could his brain not work well if he could remember the pharmacology of so many herbs, medicinal properties, and tens of thousands of formulas? As early as when he was captured with Keys, he had already planned the most likely escape route and decisively put it into action. Those two hill demons, be careful not to be stabbed by their halberds. There are a lot of bacteria and viruses on those things taking advantage of the Bugala demonic ape being trapped by the razor vine, and the other evildoers being busy with the chaotic laborers. Pu Wu and Keys quickly rushed to the cauldron of the Nether River blood pool. Two hill demons holding halberds were eyeing the two of them covetously. Because they had to guard the wheel and the heating array, they couldn't leave their post to suppress the frantic laborers. Shadow hand style, shadow rope neck breaking technique. Both of Kitha's hands formed a seal, making a subtle gesture. Two ropes made of shadows instantly sprang out from the shadows of the two hill demons, tightly choking their throats and lifting them off the ground. They struggled to free themselves from the restraints. Shadow hand style, phantom blade. P.S. Below not counted in the word count. Created a discussion group for Scales of Eternity 618382262. Everyone is welcome to join in the discussion. At present, there is an outline part of the manga format that I drew, an introduction to the Easter egg, relevant historical knowledge, and the author's daily life in the group. Readers who want to see more behind-the-scenes highlights of the creation should quickly join. Chapter 492. Sweat would never deceive you. Although Keys rarely used the shadow hand style martial arts, the phantom blade that he used was still shockingly powerful thanks to his diligent practice every day. Without any exaggerated sound or light effects, he only made two movements, and the shadows of the two hill demons began to tumble as if they were boiling. Shadows rose from the ground and turned into deadly blades, silently piercing through the sheep-headed evil demon that was still struggling endlessly. Not bad, thanks to you. Pu Wu was so excited that he jumped 3 feet into the air. He pointed at the cauldron in front of him and quickly said, "Climb along the rope on top." Keys nodded and crossed his hands to form a platform. With the momentum of the run-up and the limited help provided by Keys, he always said this when he bragged to others, the half-goat somersaulted in the air and landed steadily on the top of the cauldron. "Hey, buddy, take my hand." Shaking his head, Keys signaled Pu Wu, who was about to reach out to pull him, to move aside. He gently tapped the ground and the wall of the cauldron twice, and without much effort, he scurried to the half-goat's side. Which rope can be climbed? It should be all right. They won't be connected to different roofs. He was too naive. If Keys were to set it up, he could connect one rope to the bottomless abyss and the other to mountain paradise. However, he didn't take it too seriously. He only showed the sophistication of a seasoned adventurer, and his actions once again proved this point. Crack! Crack! Wasn't your weapon confiscated? The one that was mortgaged to you. I'll borrow it temporarily. Two of the three ropes that hung the cauldron were cut by Keys, and the cauldron naturally tilted to one side. Keys quickly pulled the half-goat Poo-woo and stuffed the long serrated dagger back into the latter's waist. You better let me know in advance when you want to borrow it again. I'll definitely do it next time. You first. He pulled Poo-woo's arm and threw the half-goat more than 10 feet into the air. Hold on tight to the rope and climb up. Seeing that the latter was a little frightened and didn't make any mistakes, Keys also began to climb up alternately. The reason why he let Poo-woo go first was not to let him scout the way, but because Keys wanted to stay behind to cut off the pursuers. The moment the cauldron fell, all the evildoers noticed the situation here and saw who was causing trouble. Some of them with Tana Ree's demon bloodline used teleportation spells to attack the fleeing duo. Keys, who fell behind, naturally bore the brunt of the attack. Desert Wind, Dance of the West. Using his hands as a support point, the young blue dragon who had transformed into a human form was like yellow sand blown by the wind, dodging left and right to avoid the attacks. Although the claws and fangs of the abyss devils and half-demons only missed by a hair's breadth, they still missed. Desert Wind, Chain Flame Strike. In the process of climbing up, Keys not only successfully avoided the attacks of the evildoers, but he also launched a counterattack. His legs kicked at an extremely fast speed, creating flames from the friction in the air. These flames were like arrows that shot toward the opponent. For the evildoers who were hit, the fire damage was secondary, but the compressed air was more fatal. Often, they would only take a hit on the chest, followed by a muffled bang, and they would directly fly out. The chests of the unlucky ones had already caved in. As for the unluckier guy, he was hit in the head and immediately lost his life. Due to Keys's awesome performance, the two successfully climbed to the top of the rope in a short while. A dark hole appeared in front of them. Without much hesitation, the half-goat rushed in before Keys. The long night was coming to an end. Everything was hazy under the hazy moonlight, and the semicircular glass cover captured the scene of the outside world. The survivors of the Wonder Craftsman race and Shay, who was captured by the Doom Guardians, looked at the two people who suddenly appeared and did not know whether to greet them. In the end, it was Keys who broke the silence. His eyes could see through mysteries, and he immediately discovered the extraordinariness of the Wonder Craftsman. "Nice to meet you, Lord Ruler." Hearing this ancient and familiar title, Shay's eyes suddenly flashed, but he just shook his head in the end. "You flatter me. Ruler is a creation of the Great Order, but it was given shape by the hands of my race." The conversation between the two of them made Poo-woo, who was standing at the side, stunned. "You two know each other?" "Keys, no. Shay, today is the first time we met." Hearing such a tacit denial, Poo-woo could not help but sigh. He wanted to save his breath and quickly leave. "Seriously, we need to get out of here. Although we didn't come here to save you, it's not impossible to take you with us, as long as—" "I can't get out of here." Shay waved his hand helplessly and interrupted Poo-woo's words. "If I come into contact with the chaotic power of the abyss, I will be killed directly." He opened the bedside table, and there were bottles of potions inside. "I think you should know this better, Mr. Poo-woo." It turned out that the reason why the Doom Guardians did not set up layers of restrictions when they captured Shay was just to hide his hiding place. In fact, it was because Pant knew that this Wonder Craftsman race member could not escape because he had no way to come into contact with the chaotic power. If he was contaminated by the chaotic power, the Wonder Craftsman race member would turn into a cloud of stardust, and his soul would become the purest spiritual body. This was a way for them, a race with a strong tendency to follow the order, to resist the ultimate increase in entropy, death. As long as he entered this death mode, with Shay's order characteristics, He could not stop at all and could only walk towards death little by little. In theory, the two powers of order and chaos were omnipresent. It was just that they had different tendencies in different planes. In the order plane, the wonder craftsman race could live easily. In the neutral sigil city, Shay had to take supplements regularly. As for the abyss, it could be regarded as one of the planes in the multiverse with the most thorough implementation of chaos. Even if Shay stayed in this safe house that was both a prison and an isolated area, he had to take twice the amount of supplements. As long as he stopped taking the supplements, in less than 2 days, he would be infected by the chaotic power and begin to gradually fall into eternal sleep. Strong and fragile wonder craftsman race. This sentence made Shay feel a little unhappy, but what Keyes said next completely aroused his interest. We can make a deal. Chapter 4:93. In the history of the Oddsmiths, they were born before the appearance of the gods and were the foundation of the world of order. The earliest members of the wondrous craftsman clan were formed from the combination of certain primitive materials and the embodiment of their own consciousness. The Oddsmiths, who were formed later, were formed from the combination of the soul and the stone body formed from the crystal fragments between the various planes. When they went to eternal sleep, their bodies would change into a shining mathematical symbol or the shape of a formula. After death, the greatest individual consciousness of their race would not disappear, but would merge into a powerful consciousness. That powerful and pure spiritual body was called the Sage, and was the highest leader and spiritual totem of the entire Oddsmiths. In theory, the Sage could make the most rational and intelligent judgment, and formulate the most reasonable life plan for every Oddsmiths. There were usually 3 kinds of such plans, and they divided the society of the Oddsmiths into 3 parts, each of which had its own unique mission. The first was responsible for forging and maintaining the Reaper's army, which was once one of the most important forces of the Order side in the multiverse. The second was dedicated to studying the laws and mathematics of various worlds to ensure that the Oddsmiths could develop the technology needed to implement order. The third was only competent for the talented Oddsmiths, who had to assist the Sage in creating more Reapers. In ancient times, the country where the Oddsmiths lived was the 3 pillars of the Order side, along with the 9 prisons of Bader and Mountain Paradise. Some scholars believed that the machinery realm was inextricably linked to the Oddsmiths, and that they might even be the creators of the machinery realm. However, this powerful race, which seemed to have extraordinary development potential, suddenly disappeared a long time ago. In the vast multiverse, there were only bits and pieces of evidence about the Oddsmiths that could prove the existence of this race. For example, only powerful spellcasters and even gods were qualified to know the various legends about the Reapers. Another example was the sporadic Reapers who occasionally went to the material plane to search for and eliminate unstable factors that could subvert order. Or, like the Oddsmith survivors named Shay, that Keyes now met a tenacious and fragile life. It was called tenacious because with the sharp senses of the Megalosaurus, he could clearly feel the vitality of the person in front of him. Whether it was the exuberance of his soul or the health of his body, Shay could be said to be a model among mortals. From the perspective of a psionic warlock, Keyes could feel the disorder in Shay's mind. Even with all kinds of defenses, their individual thoughts were still affected by the power of chaos, causing them to deviate slightly. Impossible. You can't solve my current predicament. When Shay heard Keyes trade proposal, according to the characteristics of an extreme order creature, he shouldn't have responded in such a manner. Under normal circumstances, he could accept and ask about the details, or he could reject Keyes' suggestion, but he would never deny it. In the absence of any explanation, the act of denying was completely illogical. It was undoubtedly blind. Blindly denying something was precisely a manifestation of chaotic thinking. Extreme creatures of order would never tolerate such behavior, not to mention doing it himself. Why? As far as I know, the ancient wondrous craftsmen weren't so weak. They could freely enter and exit various planes. Keyes asked calmly, "There's no sage now. You won't know even if I tell you. In short, I won't go out of here unless I have full confidence." Hearing Keyes' question, Shay instinctively wanted to refute, but as soon as he said something, he suddenly realized something. However, for Keyes, who had a high IQ and knew some secrets about the megalosaurus, this information was enough for him to make a reasonable speculation. The sage no longer exists. Is it because of the disappearance of the powerful collective consciousness that led to the fall of the once glorious, wondrous craftsman civilization? And it is precisely because of the lack of the guidance of the extreme order collective consciousness that the survivors of this race can't be immune to the erosion of chaos? Although it was not complete, these speculations were actually very close to the truth. The surviving wondrous craftsmen could only rely on taking a large number of supplements that were beneficial to the body to strengthen their bodies and achieve the purpose of protecting their individual consciousness. In ancient times, the existence of the wondrous craftsmen had nothing to do with their bodies. All wondrous craftsmen had their own other form. They could turn into a flashing crystal dust cloud through some actions and fly, or perform other social behaviors in this form. The crystal dust cloud could hover in the air and combine into specific symbols and formulas. In this form, each wondrous craftsman could easily obtain the knowledge they needed through contact. This learning method was so efficient that this race was called the engineer race. Their knowledge was always accumulating and improving. It could be said that they were changing with each passing day. If they wanted to transform back into their humanoid form, they could switch between the two forms at any time with just a thought. But now, the wondrous craftsmen had lost this ability, or they did not dare to use this ability at all. It was equivalent to suicide. There was no way to communicate effectively. Generation after generation of wondrous craftsmen even cut off the original knowledge inheritance and gradually became conservative. Although a starving camel is still bigger than a horse, there were only a few wondrous craftsmen left. They were still the top craftsmen in the multiverse, but they could only be craftsmen, not engineers, inventors, and leaders on the path of truth. When Keyes saw the engine the wondrous craftsman had built, he was disappointed at the end. Apart from the craftsmanship and materials, the Soul Engine's principles were simply outdated. Even its efficiency was very low, not to mention the Leviathan, Clockwork Dragon, and Traction City. Just compared to the Chaos Boat that Kith knew, it didn't have any outstanding advantages other than having a more stable performance compared to a demon's creation. If it couldn't even do that, then, if Keyes wanted to create something like that, he could just capture a few pit fiends and force them to use a wishing spell to create materials and processing equipment out of thin air, and then assemble them. There was no challenge, and there was no value in learning from it. However, Keyes still wanted to make a deal with this ancient, wondrous craftsman to obtain the knowledge he knew. This was especially true when it came to materials and processing. This was a shortcoming in Keyes' knowledge, and he felt that it was necessary to make up for it. 100% confident. Sounds like you already have a plan. P.S. Below not counted in the word count. I've created a discussion group for Scales of Eternity, 618382262. Everyone is welcome to join in the discussion. I've already released part of the outline of my own comic, part of it, Introduction to Easter Eggs, Related Historical Knowledge, and the author's daily life in the group. Readers who want to see more behind-the-scenes tidbits of my creation, please join in. Chapter 494. He looked at Keyes, and his vigilance against this uninvited guest increased a lot. "I don't know what you're talking about." As he spoke, his footsteps staggered slightly, as if his physical strength was somewhat lacking. "Are you okay?" Pooh took out a licorice stick and handed it over. "You better eat this." The remnant of the Wonder Craftsman clan just waved his hand, then held the edge of the experiment table next to him and supported his body with all his might. "No, I don't need it. If you want to leave, please go ahead. I won't stop you, but—" "You won't leave until you finish the armor." Keyes interrupted his explanation and winked at him. Since the young blue dragon took the initiative to press the fast-forward button, Shay no longer had any concealment and decisively activated the mechanism he set up. His fingers tapped twice on the experiment table, and an egg-shaped protective cover instantly rose and shrouded him. In the corner of this small laboratory, a shrine that Keyes once thought was a work of art suddenly made a click sound. The shrine gradually changed its shape. 2 pairs of hooves and a pair of arms stretched out, and the head of the statue began to extend forward. Not long after, it seemed that only 7 or 8 heartbeats later, a mechanical centaur appeared in this laboratory. However, a pair of golden mechanical wings spread out behind it, as well as the thorny chains at the end of its arms, showed that it was not an ordinary monster. It was a tracker, a scout in the Reaper army created by the Wonder Craftsman clan that specialized in assassination and tracking missions. "Listen, I don't want to be your enemy. I just want to protect myself. The proposal just now still stands. If you want to leave, please leave as soon as possible." Keyes ignored what he said. He was more curious about the traditional craftsmanship of the Wonder Craftsman in front of him. The Reapers did not have gender differences, would never be corrupted, would not be tempted by power, and had no intention of pursuing the improvement of individual strength. They were a near-perfect weapon, the vanguard of order that served the ideal world of the Wonder Craftsman clan. In order to facilitate the Reapers to exert their power in various worlds, their bodies were usually shaped in the form of mechanical structures. This design was actually relatively ancient compared to the endless variety of golems that spellcasters could create nowadays. However, this did not prevent Keyes from appreciating its advanced production concept and its keen judgment that was close to that of a real creature. One had to know that even those magical golems that had been stuffed with elemental essences, some sort of primitive soul, could not do what the Reapers did. The Reapers could complete all kinds of tasks with flying colors. When faced with difficulties, they could even think independently. Most of the time, the magic statues needed to be controlled by the spellcaster. Otherwise, they would not be able to perform slightly more complicated tasks. What a genius design! Every joint highlights order. Not only is the movement natural, but it can also save a lot of energy. Keyes could not help but exclaim as he caressed the Centaur Reaper made of mithril, adamantine, and even rarer materials. What kind of Reaper is it? It's definitely not a patroller or hunter. Those guys are much stronger than it. The 2 types of patrollers and hunters that Keyes mentioned were the 2 most common types of Reapers in the dragon-type knowledge inheritance. The memories passed down by Megalosaurus defined them as extremely dangerous because they had carried out more than one dragon-slaying operation. Through the induction and analysis of the slaughtered Megalosaurus behavior, the Megalosaurus figured out the approximate mission objectives of these 2 types of Reapers. The patrollers were responsible for the order of the plane, while the hunters mainly targeted those who used extreme methods to extend their lifespans. The missions they had to face, as well as their achievements in dragon slaying, showed the powerful strength of these 2 types of Reapers. However, this mechanical centaur was strong, but it was obviously a bit of a stretch to say that it was at the level of dragon slaying. Otherwise, the young blue dragon in human form would not have been able to easily subdue it with strength and examine it without restraint. "Be gentle. Don't destroy my creation. That's all I've put in so far. Seeing Keys pressing the centaur reaper to the ground and tightly binding it with the thorny chains on its arms, Shay was still a little worried in addition to being shocked. He could not help but speak up to stop him. In fact, he was doing something completely unnecessary, although his actions seemed rough, as if he would break it into parts if he did not agree. Keys was not a naughty child after all. How could he, who was eager to see a prey, recklessly waste such a good thing? However, this made it convenient for Keys to ask, "Mr. Shay, you haven't told me its model yet. Maybe after assessing the danger level, I'll let go of it." "Its name is Brad Warden." Shay, whose face was full of reluctance, said helplessly, "It's the tracker I created." Then he introduced the tracker's abilities to Keys, as well as their responsibilities in the Reaper's army. They are the Reapers who combine the roles of bounty hunters and assassins. They are responsible for hunting down those creatures who evade justice. No matter if it is a bold madman who goes against the law or an evil person who uses power to cover up their ugly deeds, they are all the targets of the tracker. The tracker does not have any values. Every time it enters a world, it will do its best to follow the local laws and carry out its mission. For example, they may cross several planes to hunt down a serial killer, but they won't touch a corrupt official who is 10 times more dangerous than that. As long as he hasn't been judged by the local public power and hasn't been convicted of a crime, Keys listened to the information about the tracker with great interest, but Puu, who was beside him, was a little impatient, so he took the initiative to remind them, "Gentlemen, can the discussion about the tracker come to an end? We are now running for our lives." Keys nodded, but he still replied, "It's a good suggestion, but I think it's very helpful for escaping." With that, he looked at the remnant of the Wonder Craftsman hiding in the protective cover with a playful gaze. "I guess this tracker is probably prepared by Mr. Shay. It's just that I don't know if there are any flaws, so he didn't use this body to escape." Shay was shocked again. His introduction just now did not reveal any relevant information at all, but this strange adventurer once again accurately guessed the secret he deliberately hid. Originally, he thought that the two guys who suddenly appeared in front of him might be the people sent by the Doom Guardians to test him. After all, the half-goat had sent him supplements many times. According to his inference, Puu was a member trusted by Captain Pant. Keys, who appeared together with the half-goat, was initially thought by Shay to be a mortal adventurer, but as the communication increased, he found that he knew a lot of secrets about the Wonder Craftsman, and his understanding was even deeper than that of the Soul Judgment Demon Captain. With the wisdom of the Wonder Craftsman, he did not think that a guy with such knowledge like Keys was just a nameless mortal adventurer. "How do you know?" Shay asked cautiously, but the language he used this time was the language of truth, the official language of the ancient Wonder Craftsman Kingdom. This language was full of the power of order, and the degree of strictness of the words was above the purgatory language used by the devils. Miraculously, even if no magic was used, ordinary people could understand the meaning. And when other races answered, in the ears of the Wonder Craftsman, their words would be automatically converted into their own language. So the ancient Wonder Craftsman named it the language of truth, meaning that this language could see through all falsehoods and disguises. Of course, Keys did not know this. He still thought that it was the glib tongue that played a role, so he still replied normally. "You were able to order the tracker to attack me, a person who has not been convicted. It can be seen that this tracker is only in appearance and has not been implanted with any command information. Given your previous performance, it is not difficult for me to guess that this may be your preparation to escape the fence." However, Keys did not know that his words had been translated into a language with a short burst of sound in Shay's ears. "This is Draconic. He is a megalosaurus in human form." Shay was shocked at first, then relieved, and finally even a little excited. He finally had a chance to escape from the Doom Guardians. At this point, he no longer worried that Keyes would harm him because the sage of the ancient Wonder Craftsman tribe had an agreement with the nine-faced dragon god Io. The father of dragons who abided by the neutral path was, in a sense, once a fan of the idea of the sage. Out of the idea of harmony is order proposed by the sage, he agreed very much and rooted it in the inheritance of the Megalosaurus. Therefore, even if many equalizers or sanctioners slaughtered Megalosaurus, no dragon god would retaliate. Io also advocated that Megalosaurus could help the Wonder Craftsmen in the way of equivalent exchange without endangering themselves. Being able to perfectly transform into human form and knowing so many secrets at the same time, Shay even thought that Keyes might be an ancient Megalosaurus. Although he did not know the purpose of the other party's trip, if he could get his help, it would undoubtedly make escaping much easier. Since being abducted to the bottomless abyss by the Doom Guardians, Shay had done too many things against his will, and his patience had reached the limit. If it weren't for the culture of the Wonder Craftsman, suicide was a blasphemous act that destroyed order. He would have chosen to commit suicide long ago. But now Shay saw hope again. The only thing he considered was how to make an equivalent exchange with Keyes. After all, in the oath of the Dragon God and the Sage, this kind of fair trade was the basis of cooperation, and both sides must abide by it. After thinking about it, Shay first put his right hand on his chest and bowed slightly to Keyes, and then continued, "Great Megalosaurus, I want to fulfill the ancient oath with you. I don't know what you need as a condition to help me leave this place." He chose to get straight to the point. P.S. Below is not counted in the word count. I have established a Scales of Eternal Order, Discussion Group 618382262. Everyone is welcome to come in and discuss. At present, there is an outline of the form of the comic, part drawn by myself, an introduction of the Easter egg, related historical knowledge, and the author's daily life in the group. Readers who want to see more behind-the-scenes highlights of the creation, please join. Chapter 4, 95. Both words and language had power. When Shay said the words ancient oath, Keyes immediately felt something. He felt his body being clamped down in a very strange way, as if there was an invisible hand grabbing his own incarnation. A strange, yet familiar, will suddenly appeared in his mind. He restrained himself a little and did not immediately turn back into the dragon form. The will of the nine-faced dragon god. Keyes suddenly woke up and said, "There is such a thing. Megalosaurus and the Wonder Craftsmen actually have an oath." Io was the common ancestor of all Megalosaurus. Due to the bloodline connection, all Megalosaurus maintained respect for this god. Even Megalosaurus gods like Tiamat and Bahamut did not dare to easily ignore his teachings. Keyes was naturally no exception. He patiently listened to the words personally imprinted by the nine-faced dragon god in the knowledge inheritance of Megalosaurus, and his avatar's face also remained calm. Information about the word of truth, ancient oath, and equivalent exchange were mentioned one by the nine-faced dragon god. It was not until all the information was received that the consciousness hidden in the depths of the memory gradually disappeared on its own. "You are a remnant of the Wonder Craftsman." Keyes looked at Shay. "Is your need to safely escape from the control of the Doom Guardians?" These words were not spoken with his mouth, but he used his psionic ability to directly project them into Shay's mind. However, Keyes did not belong to any good camp after all. There was still a small confusion in the question he raised. He did not say to help Shay safely escape from the bottomless abyss, but safely escape from the control of the Doom Guardians. Although most of the time, it was easier to achieve the former than the latter, for Keyes, it was exactly the opposite. What's more, Keyes was very interested in the skills of the wonder craftsman, metallurgy, metalworking, and creation sanction. This was especially true for the Acid Fog Canyon. There was still the possibility that he would have to fight a tough battle against a god. There was no way he would give up on any help. The half-goat herbalist Pu Wu and the genius craftsman engineer Shay were both rare talents. He would definitely not let them go. As for the Doom Guardians, are they familiar with Keyes? Keyes had no qualms about poaching someone from this organization. Because the psionic ability directly affected the mind, it was not analyzed by the word of truth, and Shay, who believed in the ancient oath, did not discover the trick in it. After receiving Keyes's message, he immediately replied, "Yes, in fact, I've been looking for an opportunity to escape from this place." Now that the fish had taken the bait, Keyes continued to appear in his mind. "Then what do you need me to help you with? What kind of report can you give me?" "I need a large amount of high-quality energy, such as the dragon breath of the Megalosaurus, but only fire and lightning breaths are useful." Because he was worried that Keyes could not understand the content of his explanation, Shay tried his best to organize the wording and explained concisely. "This energy can activate another instrument I built, allowing me to temporarily get rid of the barrier of my physical body without being eroded by the power of chaos. Then I can transfer to the tracker in the form of stardust. After that, I can use that body to escape." As he spoke, in order to prove that what he said was true, he lifted his wig and revealed the densely packed slots on his scalp. "Did you meet a squirrel recently? I kind of understand why you need so many potions to replenish blood." Shay's words just now made the half-goat a little confused, and now he could not help but exclaim when he saw Shay's scalp. Keyes was also shocked. The clusters of red granulation next to the slots made him have to admit that Shay was ruthless. "This is okay. My race is not constrained by the constraints of the body. This is just a temporary pain." As if he did not care at all, Shay touched his scalp and fiddled with the slots in order. Then he closed the protective shield, opened a piece of the floor, and took the instrument that activated the protective shield to the experiment table. This was a strange object in the shape of a disc. The material was the same as the cauldron that Keyes saw before. It looked like a piece of hammered brass. There was a circle of sharp cones around the disc. The energy needed to release the protective shield just now was shot out from these sharp cones. Perhaps because of the energy just released, there was still a relatively high temperature on the sharp cones. Shay reached out and touched them, and he was scalded. However, he still pulled out these sharp cones one by one. There was a wire behind each sharp cone that was connected to the disc. They were all connected to Shay's scalp. These sharp cones were matched to the slots on his head one by one, and only one was left. The remaining one was connected to the tracker's neck by the remnant of the wizard clan, where there was a hidden reserved hole. "This is my form transfer equipment. To start it, I need a lot of energy. Originally, I wanted to use the soul engine of the Doom Guardians. Every time I assemble it, I carefully collect some overflowing energy. But now there is a better choice." Shay turned up the disc in his hand, revealing the energy-absorbing array engraved at the bottom of the disc, and turned it to Keyes. "Today may be your lucky day. The power of flame and lightning happens to be my field of expertise." Seeing the light of hope in Shay's eyes, Keyes continued, "I want to learn your technology and services for a month. Those services can only be related to construction, and I have the right to refuse orders and requests that are contrary to the pursuit of the wizard clan." "Okay, that's not a problem." After a simple bargaining, Keyes and Shay reached an agreement. From the moment the agreement was established, the ancient oath officially took effect. "Hey, although I still don't quite understand what you're going to do, I want to remind you that there seems to be someone coming over Puwu, who was standing on the side, suddenly said. His eyes stared at the transparent crystal sky and pointed out the situation outside. A barracks in Entropy City seemed to have exploded, and evildoers of the Doom Knights gushed out of the barracks. These half-demon creatures, or Tanakri demons, swept in the direction of the shipyard from the sky and the ground. Hurry up. As long as you provide enough energy, the Stardust state transfer speed is very fast, and we can still escape in time. Keys just nodded, but he did not transform back into his dragon form as Shay thought. Instead, he used the 9-sword stance skill. Desert Breeze, True Dragon Breath. Chapter 496. He drew a spinning arc with his arm. With each rotation, the flames grew stronger and stronger. Occasionally, there were crackling lightning bolts lingering in the air. With a flash, Keys stopped drawing with his hands and stabbed at the target in front of him with his fingers like a sword, emitting light blue flames. Because he was worried that he would not be able to retract the violent breath, he used the Desert Breeze martial technique to stimulate and control his dragon flames. However, this time, Keys was definitely overthinking, or rather, he had underestimated the magical item created by the Wonder Craftsman. As soon as his fingertips touched the disc, the energy absorption formation absorbed the plasma flames like a whale swallowing a tiger. After absorbing so much energy, the disc was not damaged at all, as if it still had energy left. Just as Keys was wondering if the energy provided was not enough and if he needed to add more fuel to the fire, Shay suddenly said, "It should be enough. It should be done." Wait a moment. Before he could finish his words, the energy stored in the disc burst out and spread along the dense wires to his body. Stimulated by the energy, a large number of cracked patterns suddenly covered the surface of his body from the head of the Wonder Craftsman. With a slight sound like tearing silk, Shay's body instantly turned into ashes, and he turned into the original form of the Wonder Craftsman. It was a golden cloud full of specks of starlight, with many runes and formulas flickering and disappearing from time to time. Just as Shay said before, with the help of the instrument, he, who was in the Stardust state, quickly flowed into the tracker's body. When all the golden clouds disappeared, the disc that had been floating suddenly fell, and the tracker opened his eyes. Did it work? The half-goat looked at Keys and asked carefully, "We'd better leave here quickly." The young blue dragon who had transformed into a human nodded, indicating that he agreed with Puwu's suggestion. "I know of a two-way interplanar portal. As long as we go through that portal and leave the 12 Trees plane, we should be able to shake off the pursuers of the Doom Guardians." Hearing that there was an interplanar portal available, Puwu, who was a resident of Cage City, immediately asked in surprise, "Then what are we waiting for?" Waiting for a scapegoat. This scapegoat wasn't just a scapegoat. Instead, there really was a scapegoat that needed someone else to do it. And Keys thought that the best candidate was Graz City. It had been 2 days since he left the Acid Fog Canyon dimension. With his adaptive ability, he gradually became familiar with quantum energy. Although Keys could not actively open the quantum channel and return through the maze or quantum entanglement, Keys had mastered a new ability, quantum communication. When he created Leviathan, he had integrated part of his flesh and blood into it, so he had a lot of connections with those creatures. Using the quantum communication ability, Keys could directly communicate with those creatures and ignore the distance and obstacles between planes. Just now, he had directly used this ability to communicate with Yazzie, who was far away in the Acid Fog Canyon plane, and understood the situation there. He was originally worried that Six-Fingered might pose a threat to his companions by staying there, but to his surprise, the situation was much more optimistic. When Keys teleported to the Great Abyss and entered the Yazzie Beast Nest, Graz ZT did have the intention to take over Traction City. However, He never thought that Keyes would leave behind a megalosaurus as his trump card. The so-called trump card didn't refer to the megalosaurus' ability to defeat the incarnation of a demon lord. Instead, it referred to the special ability that it had. When Graz-ZT had a bad idea, the megalosaurus was one step ahead and activated its legendary ability, the mechanical fusion technique. The megalosaurus and Traction City merged into one, displaying a terrifying power that was enough to intimidate Six-Fingered, and he didn't dare to act rashly. Thus, there was a stalemate. The secret of the maze and the desire for Traction City tempted Graz-ZT, making it difficult for him to leave. The news that Yazzie brought to him later made him even more apprehensive. He couldn't decide if he should agree to Keyes' request to go to the meeting alone. As the one and only demon lord who ruled over 3 planes, Graz-ZT usually pondered more than other demon lords when faced with problems. As for the invitation that Keyes sent by Yazzie, although it didn't have any good intentions, he took it as a test and even came up with all sorts of schemes in his mind. That was why he stood there and waited for 2 days. He even asked Yazzie to tell Quess, "I'll wait for you here." But Quess never liked to give up halfway when he did things. Since he had already sent out the invitation, Six-Fingered had to attend the meeting. After all, there were still a few debts to settle. He still remembered that Cambion Issaru, who was sent to the new boom town by Six-Fingered, had 3 identities as a spy. Among them, there were 2 major powers in Sigil City. One was the Deities Association, and the other was the Doom Guardians. Now that he had provoked the Doom Guardians, he could let Six-Fingered clean up the mess and make up for some of his losses. Of course, one had to pay attention to the method. Keyes knew that he didn't have the ability to force Graz-ZT to pay the bill, and when the stick didn't work, the carrot was a better choice. He decisively chose to tempt the Dark Prince with benefits. "I've already left the Great Abyss and come to the 12-tree plane. There's a secret shipyard of the Doom Guardians here that can be used to produce and build chaos boats. If you're interested, you can come and take it away. If not, just the temptation might not be enough to move Graz-ZT. So Keyes added some threats to make it easier for him to accept. "It doesn't matter. I'll leave behind enough evidence to say that there's a traitor behind the losses here. I'll leave behind all the information of your son named Issaru. Actually, I'm quite curious if they'll fight with you over this." Through quantum communication, Keyes borrowed Yazzie's mouth and revealed his plan completely to Graz-ZT. Unlike these people who like to use schemes, the young blue dragon was more inclined to use overt schemes. He told the Dark Prince clearly that he was going to take the blame here. If he took the initiative, he might be able to get some benefits. This damn guy, the black-hearted Batsu warmonger, scum without any virtue, in front of the Yazzie behemoth, Graz-ZT greeted Keyes, and then asked where are his exact coordinates. "I'll send another clone over immediately. P.S. The following will not be counted in the word count. I've created a Scales of Eternal Order, discussion group 618382262. Everyone is welcome to join in the discussion. I've already released part of the outline of the comic, part introduction of the Easter egg, related historical knowledge, and the author's daily life in the group. Readers who want to see more behind-the-scenes highlights of the creation should join in quickly. Chapter 497. 2 flowers bloomed, one on each side. While Keyes was confidently tricking Six-Fingered without any psychological burden, the higher-ups of Entropy City were all trembling with fear. And the reason why they were so frightened was because Great Commander Pantay was currently in a rage, a very, very terrifying rage. In some planes, terms such as female tiger or female yiksha might be used to describe more ferocious female creatures. But compared to Pant, the real female tiger, or female Yiksha, seemed extremely gentle because she was a soul judgment demon. When she stood up, she was already more than 20 feet tall, and her weight was even greater than that of many adult dragons. On the shoulder of her fleshy mountain-like body was a head shaped like a wild boar, and rainbow light flickered around her body. At this time, Pant was already furious. Her curses resounded through the sky and covered every corner of Entropy City. Today was her birthday, and for the sake of the cause of the decay of all things, she only had one day a year for herself to indulge in pleasure. But this time, her time of joy was so short that it did not even last until the next morning. The sudden bad news that something had happened in the shipyard abruptly broke today's beautiful atmosphere. That idiot mad goat actually dared to cause trouble in the workshop that manufactures the Soul Engine. Who gave him such courage? With Pant's roar, the rainbow light around her body flickered continuously, and the fearsome aura surged. Stifled by her power, many high-level evildoers cowered, not wanting to stay by this female soul judgment demon's side for a moment longer. However, without the great leader's command, they did not dare to leave without permission and could only silently endure the continuous mental oppression. Go and capture all of those bastards. I want to skin them myself and fry their fat to go with my wine. Hearing the order from the great leader, the leaders of these evildoers felt as if they had been pardoned and immediately went to carry it out without thinking. It would be better to directly attack. When had the members of the Doom Knights ever been afraid of bloodshed? It was much better than fighting here. Moreover, Entropy City of 12 Trees was their home ground that they had operated for many years. No matter how strong a dragon was, it would not be able to suppress them. Unfortunately, this was just wishful thinking. If the dragon could not suppress the local snake, it could only mean that the dragon was not strong enough. It could not be said that the Megalosaurus was not strong enough. There would always be a stronger dragon that could cross the river. Of course, they would have to wait until these arrogant soldiers were beaten to the point of crying for their parents. At that time, they would recognize what a fierce dragon was. Fortunately, they did not have to wait too long. Following Commander Pan's order, the entire Entropy City was in an uproar. Several military camps stationed in the city began to mobilize their troops. It didn't take long for the leader of the malevolent ones to wake up his drunken subordinates with their fists, feet, and spells. Without wasting any time, he immediately urged them to head to the shipyard and passed on the great commander's teachings to everyone. Pant, 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 pan, panty, pant, 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 pant. Thus, in the beautiful dawn of the 12 Trees plain, which was different from the other plains of the abyss, dark clouds suddenly rose. In order to save their own lives, the malevolent ones swarmed to the shipyard in the center of the city. Even though everything would eventually die, it was best to let others die first. They had made up their minds that none of the workers inside would leave today. Oh, except for one person. The guy in charge of the engine R&D workshop had to be found and handed over to the great leader. After all, Entropy City was only a fortress. Even if it was indeed larger than the capitals of some material planes, with the marching speed of the evildoers, it only took them 1/10 of an hourglass to completely surround the shipyard. Many evildoers who could fly, such as Vrox or Fringe Dwellers, had even discovered the target of this trip. Through a crystal dome at the top of the shipyard, they saw 3 guys who were also looking at the evildoers. The crazy half-goat, the unfamiliar human adventurer, and the seemingly powerful construct half-creature were occupying the research room of the Wonder Craftsman, but the owner of the room was nowhere to be seen. The army on the ground will enter through all the doors and search the workshops one by one. Let those workers enter the final stage of their decline in advance. Those who can fly, don't attack the crystal dome. Land on top of the shipyard and attack from the vent. Since the leader of the evildoers knew something about the anti-chaos barrier that restricted the Wonder Craftsman, or rather protected him, the leader of the evildoers did not order his subordinates to attack the crystal dome. They all knew that it was a high-grade product that their great leader had spent a lot of money to obtain. Ordinary attacks could not break it. Moreover, if they rashly broke the crystal dome, it might cause the death of the Wonder Craftsman engineer. Now, that Pant was in a state of rage. No one wanted to get in his way. Therefore, the evildoers flying in the sky like a swarm of flies landed one after another. They wanted to attack from the vent. Many of the noisy ones did not care if Keys and the others inside the anti-chaos barrier could hear them. They cursed loudly and made death threats at the same time. Of course, Keys was not moved by them, but Puu and Shay, who were standing next to him, were very worried. They were afraid that they would fall into the hands of the evildoers. If you have any skills, you'd better use them immediately, the half-goat said, half worried and half afraid. Believe me, you definitely don't want. Don't worry, Keys interrupted him and comforted him. It's just a fight. It's not like we don't have any helpers. As if in response to his words, a Cambion demon among the evildoers suddenly betrayed them. In the blink of an eye, many corpses appeared around him, and the offensive on the battlefield on the ground was also stopped. The leaders of the evildoers noticed the situation, but before they could figure out why someone suddenly betrayed them, they had to dispatch a few Hezru to suppress the riot and eliminate the culprit who caused it. The disheveled Cambion demon was surprisingly calm in the face of the Hezru that rushed toward him. He directly slashed his own throat with the blade and ended his life. At the same time, he completed the last step of the blood sacrifice. All the evildoers who died, tragically, as well as the last Cambion demon who committed suicide, their remaining bodies instantly exploded on the spot. With a series of bang, 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 an obscure aura that made people feel uneasy suddenly appeared in the army of evildoers. The other incarnation of the Prince of Darkness, the incarnation in the Acid Fog Canyon Plain, did not evacuate. He led his Razor team across the portal to alternate world opened by the blood sacrifice and arrived in Entropy City of 12 Trees. In the bottomless abyss, compared to the Doom Guardians, this demon lord was more deserving of his title. P.S. The following are not counted in the word count. I have established a discussion group for Scales of Eternity 618382262. Everyone is welcome to join in the discussion. So far, I have an outline part of my own comic format, an introduction to the Easter egg, related historical knowledge, and the author's daily life in the group. Readers who want to see more behind-the-scenes highlights of the creation, please join in. Chapter 498. He had to have the grandeur of a boss. Unlike when he entered the Acid Fog Canyon, he had to expend a lot of resources and power to break through the barrier set up by Stim. It was not difficult to descend to 12 Trees, so Graz-Ziti brought his own army of henchmen, a troop called Razor. After all, if he had to do all the fighting himself, then he would be too shabby as a boss of the bottomless abyss. Of course, it was not the complete Razor army that followed Six Finger. They were only a small part of it. However, even so, the elites under the Dark Prince's command were still not a match for the stragglers of the Fiend Guards. As soon as they started fighting, the difference between the two sides was obvious. The Razor team slaughtered the so-called evildoers as if they were chopping vegetables. A few leaders had to take action personally to stabilize the situation and prevent the evildoers from being defeated by a wave of attacks. Among them, a Moss Troll leader relied on his race's unique regenerative ability to withstand the slashes of the Razor members. He rushed to the front, stretched out his sharp claws, grabbed a razor cambion and chewed his head to pieces. However, just as he was laughing maniacally, the scimitar in the headless corpse's hand suddenly rose high again. Cambion, who looked exactly like the previous saber wielder, suddenly appeared, grabbed the hilt, and chopped off the moss troll's head. The moss troll's maniacal laughter came to an abrupt end. Although he, the leader of the evildoers who died in battle, was an exception, the other leaders did encounter similar problems. The Cambion demons who were supposed to be dead had mysteriously reappeared and immediately attacked their opponents fiercely. It turned out that Graz-Ziti had equipped all his Razor members with an enchanted weapon that had a sword soul demon residing in it after the Cambion demons died. The sword soul demon could easily replicate a physical body because they had held the weapon for a long time and continued to wield the weapon in battle. Apart from being unable to cast spells, this clone could not only perfectly execute the martial arts of the original Cambion demon, but also learn from the fighting style of the Sword Soul Demon's earlier partners. Because of this combination, Razor was qualified to be Graz-Ziti's vanguard. Fighting Razor was equivalent to facing 3 enemies at the same time, the Cambion demon, the clone, and the Sword Soul Demon, or even more. Of course, this combination was not without flaws. The cost of arming the Razors was very high. Even with the Dark Prince's wealth, he could only afford to arm 33,333 Razors. For example, one of his old rivals, Orcus, who was known as the Undying Lord, had a tactic that was extremely effective against Grazite's Razor troops, using the undead to crush them in numbers. However, because the Doom Guardians believed in the decay of all things, and believed that using resurrection spells, phylactery escape spells, and even turning into undead after death was a betrayal of this belief, they never had the habit of using the undead in battle. In the face of the Razor troops that could advance and retreat according to the rules, the only thing the evildoers could rely on was their home ground advantage. They had more warriors and more resources to resist Graz-Ziti's valiant warriors. Although the Doom Guardians built fortresses in the 12 Trees plane of existence mainly to obtain more human resources to build more chaos ships and adversity boats, there were still several large weapon warehouses that could be used by the evildoers. Moreover, the weapons stored in the armory warehouse in Sigil City could be quickly transported to this fortress through the portal. Due to the difficulty of dealing with the enemy, the leaders of the evildoers made a prompt decision. They immediately sent people back to the weapons warehouse to transport some new weapons to the front line and use them to fight against the enemy who was in the midst of a massacre. Not long after, the Cambion demons who were in the midst of a fierce battle suffered the first wave of alchemy grenades. Round alchemy grenades were thrown one after another at the Razor troops gathered in one place. They exploded with light, heat, shock waves, and an innumerable number of iron nails. If not for the fear of damaging the shipyard buildings, the bombardiers among the evildoers only targeted the Razor troops that were separated from the Razor troops. This time, more than half of the Razor troops would have been wiped out. Impolite fellow, glancing at Keyes, who was watching the battle from the Crystal Dome, Graz-Ziti carried the acid explosion épée on his shoulder and strode out from the shadow of the tower where he had just hidden himself. A few evildoers saw him, but unfortunately, they did not have good eyesight. They howled and charged at the Dark Prince with their weapons raised. "It seems that my reputation still needs to be improved," Graz-Ziti said softly with a self-deprecating smile. However, with just this demonic action, the evildoers who were charging at him all fell into an inexplicable fear. Their footsteps and wings immediately faltered, and their eyes began to lose focus as if some terrifying scene was playing out in their minds. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. No one saw Graz-Ziti's movements clearly. He only walked past the evildoers, and they were all beheaded. Thick green acid covered the wound where their necks were severed, corroding the flesh and blood of the corpses with sizzling sounds. Just like that, he walked leisurely as if he was taking a stroll. Wherever Six Fingers passed by, there would be headless corpses on the ground. Finally, a leader of the evildoers discovered Graz ZT, who was slaughtering his subordinates, and recognized his iconic appearance. Six Finger, that's the Dark Prince. An indescribable expression of horror instantly appeared on the Bagala demonic ape's face. He decisively teleported away without thinking. What a joke! Even the famous demon lord had appeared. How could Captain Pan of the Demon Guards not come out to greet him? Soldier against soldier, general against general. Perhaps only Soul Judgment Demon Pan's strength could match Graz ZT in this fortress. They were not qualified to join in the fun. Starting from the Bagala demonic ape, a few other leaders of the malevolent demons recognized Graz ZT. They all made the same choice. Without any hesitation, they immediately activated their teleportation ability and left the dangerous battlefield. Only some of the leaders of the malevolent ones who were not originally demons had overestimated themselves and tried to fight against him because of their worldview. Grenadier. A male drow dressed as a warrior pointed at Graz ZT with his adamantine scimitar. Throw it in that direction. However, before his subordinates could carry out the order, the male drow collapsed on the street. Graz ZT stepped on his corpse and pulled out his acid explosion sword from his back. He snorted coldly. Noisy. P.S. Words below don't count. Created a discussion group for Scales of Eternal Order, 618382262. Everyone is welcome to join in the discussion. Currently, there is an outline part of my own comic format, an introduction to Easter eggs, related historical knowledge, and the author's daily life in the group. Readers who want to see more behind-the-scenes footage of my creation, please join in. Chapter 4, 99. Killing one person every 10 steps, showing no mercy for thousands of miles. The news of Graz ZT's appearance quickly reached Pan's ears. Her eyes widened when she heard this name. Her heart was still thumping. Although Six Finger was known as a humanoid self-propelled cannon and a universal seeder, there were always some equally perverted guys who were obsessed with him. After all, among the many demon lords, this Dark Prince could indeed be considered the most handsome. As the saying went, 3 views follow one's facial features. In the end, the multiverse was also a world that looked at appearances. Therefore, in the eyes of many male and female creatures, Graz ZT was the most handsome child in the entire abyss. And for the Soul Judgment Demon Pant, perhaps only one of a kind could show her admiration for the Dark Prince. Really deep love. Bah, it's disgusting. Rubbing her craggy claws that seemed very out of place compared to her huge body, Pant calmed down and asked, "Are you sure it's the Dark Prince who came to Entropy City, and not someone deliberately impersonating him to provoke a dispute?" Facing the leader's question, the evil spirits under her command answered carefully and with sufficient caution. "Reporting to you, according to the news from the scene of the battle and the results of the detection of entropy fluctuations on the other party, basically, without waiting for her subordinates to finish, Pant immediately flapped her small wings and flew out of the hole in the palace dome. That entropy fluctuation was a unique identity detection method invented by the Doom Guardians, and it was almost impossible for there to be a problem. Hearing this news, Pant could not help but feel a surge of excitement, feeling that her spring seemed to be approaching. He's here, all of a sudden. Because of her mood, she unconsciously began to hum a strange little tune. While she was humming, she was also thinking, if that be asterisk TCH Gwilver can do it, I should be able to do it too. This is my Entropy City. The more she pondered, the more Pant felt that she had hope, and her flying speed was much faster than before. As for the trouble caused by the mad goat and the inexplicable disappearance of the wonder craftsman, these two matters had already been thrown to the back of her mind. She only had one thought now, and that was for the happiness of the rest of her life and the lower half of her body. She could not let Graz ZT go today. Hurry up and go to the warehouse to retrieve the stun grenade. Tell them that it was approved by me. Move all the stock in the warehouse to me. When the Soul Sentinel arrived at the front line, it caught a glimpse of the person it had been thinking about day and night. It immediately gave orders to the leader of the evildoers at the front line. Perhaps it was because she wasn't paying attention, but she didn't realize that many of the leaders had gone missing. Leader, we need to use more lethal weapons. The opponent might be the incarnation of a demon lord. Otherwise, the one who gave the advice was a fallen druid. He had just escaped from Six Fingers with the help of his ability, Log Substitute. Therefore, he was very clear about the strength of the enemy and did not dare to take any chances. Unfortunately, his reasonable suggestion was not accepted by Pantay. To make matters worse, his commander hated it when others disobeyed his orders, especially when he was hostile towards Graz CT. Thus, before he could finish his sentence, a four-fingered claw grabbed the fallen druid's throat. So noisy. Pantay exerted a little force and tore the fallen druid's throat apart. Any objections? The other leaders of the evildoers shook their heads. They were all silent as they looked at their comrade, who was groaning on the ground. If not, then go to your work. What a bunch of unreliable guys. Humph, I'll go meet that Dark Prince personally. Dribble. After saying this, Pantay swallowed the saliva that was dripping out of his mouth and went straight to Graz CT's location. The Soul Sentinel had a huge body and an outstanding appearance that would never be overlooked. Of course, Six Fingers had noticed her. However, when the Demon Lord looked at Pantay, he couldn't help but shudder. What a pervert! Graz had a special ability that allowed him to see the true state of a creature's soul with his naked eye. When he looked at the female Soul Sentinel, he actually saw the surging lust in her soul. It was so full that it was almost overflowing. Although Six Fingers had always had a strong taste and was famous for not fearing males and females, he also had his own bottom line. He didn't have the slightest desire for an ugly Soul Sentinel like the Soul Sentinel, nor did he have the courage to try. Living is an eyesore. It's better to die. At this moment, Six Fingers really hoped that he could master the last word ability of his old opponent, AUKUS. That way, he wouldn't have to do it himself. He could take the life of this perverted Soul Sentinel with just a sentence. Unfortunately, he couldn't. Therefore, he could only try Law first and hope that Pantay was not immune. Spell Extreme, Law of Death. A strong killing intent seemed to condense and take shape. Even though there was a long distance between them, the six-fingered spell still affected Pantay. What surprised him was that the soul-judging demon was not injured at all, and it was still rushing towards him at high speed. This was a spell used by a demon lord. In order to ensure the effect, he even used supreme magic skill. However, as the leader of the Doom Knights, Pantay's strength was far from what an ordinary Soul Sentinel could compare to. To be frank, in some abyss planes where the competition wasn't that fierce, she had the ability to compete for the position of Demon Lord. At the very least, becoming a secondary Demon Lord without plain uniqueness was not difficult for Pantay. Although Law of Death was successfully immune, it didn't mean that Pantay didn't feel anything. She felt Graz ZT's gaze full of killing intent. She pretended to have a nauseating weeping appearance, but she was secretly delighted. What an amazing charm. I didn't lose out this time. Of course, although she was secretly delighted, Pantace still believed in her original idea to follow Witch Empress Yi's method and capture Graziti, the incarnation of, as her own. Therefore, after this powerful soul sentinel suffered a blow, he immediately stopped counterattacking and began to rain spells on Six Fingers. Retarding spell, advanced dispel spell, slow spell. These three spells didn't have an offensive effect, but when combined, the effect was very dirty and sinister. Retarding spell damaged the target's IQ, making it easier to make wrong judgments and more likely to fail when using spells. Advanced dispel spell could counter enchanted equipment and make the target who was already unable to cast spells lose the ability to use the equipment again. And the last slow spell could ensure that the unlucky target affected by the first two spells couldn't move quickly and escape. P.S. Below not counted in the word count. I created a discussion group for Scales of Eternal Order 618382262. Everyone is welcome to come in and discuss. Currently, I have the outline part of the comic format I drew, the introduction of the Easter egg, the related historical knowledge, and the author's daily life in the group. Readers who want to see more behind-the-scenes highlights of the creation, hurry up and join. Chapter 500. After watching Graziti's performance for a while, Keyes felt a little bored, so he decided to leave quickly with his loot, perhaps without the presence of a picky spectator like him. Six Finger, who was standing in the middle of the stage, could do it more efficiently. After all, there was still an entire Entropy City's deteriorators that needed him to take care of. The task was quite daunting. "Let's go find that portal," Keyes said as he looked at the prodigy craftsman remnant. "If you're ready." It took Shay a moment to adapt to the body of the winged centaur tracker before he was able to completely control the body. Hearing Keyes' words, the wings on his back opened with a swoosh, and the various parts in the mechanical body began to turn. "We can travel in the air. I'll be responsible for carrying Mr. Puu, but the helpers you summoned, considering the pride of the Megalosaurus, Shay offered to carry the centaur, but he would not be able to provide support on the ground. However, he did not know that this was actually very much in line with Keyes' intentions. He invited Six Finger to come here to cover the retreat at the critical moment. Anyway, there were no demon lords in the 12 Tree Plains. With the Prince of Dusk strength, it would not be too much of a problem for him to do whatever he wanted. Moreover, Keyes and Graziti had no friendship, and the interaction between the two was built on the basis of mutual scheming. "It's okay. Those guys are very good at fighting, and their ability to take a beating is also extraordinary. We'll retreat first." Although he didn't understand, Shay still nodded after hearing this. The thorny chains on his two arms suddenly stretched out and connected to the disc-shaped instrument used to transfer the consciousness in the Stardust state. Now, the disc had become his weapon. "Did you design this transformation as well?" Looking at the disc with some surprise, Keyes found that the appearance of the instrument had changed greatly after being calcined by the Dragon Fire. The metal disc had become very thin, and the edges had become very sharp. Although it was made of metal, it had the texture of obsidian at first glance. There was an exquisite circular hole in the center, only half an inch in diameter, nested tightly with the tip of the thorny chain. After being calcined by the Megalosaurus breath, some patterns appeared on its surface. The light emitted by the sun hanging high in the sky turned into hands that stretched out to the world. The prodigy craftsman, whose gender could not be distinguished, had exaggerated eyes, lips, forehead, and abdomen, mathematical symbols that seemed difficult to understand. "Ah," Shay gave a short answer. The joints of the thorny chains on his arms began to rotate, and the metal disc at the top turned into a circular saw. The disc, the tracker's forehooves moved, and its body trotted 2 steps. Then it suddenly jumped up and swung the circular saw at the center of the crystal dome, the prodigy of the prodigy craftsman's body. And to the prodigy craftsman's, the prodigy, and the prodigy to S to the prodigy of prodigy, the prodigy to S, 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 to it, S to prodigy, S to two's body's prowlings to the prodigy, SS, rock, dragon style, rock shattering strike. Like the last straw that broke the camel's back, the cracked prodigy S2 to prodigy's twos to collapse abruptly. A large number of fine crystal fragments rained down from the prodigy S-dome. Shay quickly spread his wings when he saw this. Fortunately, the prodigy craftsman reacted quickly and protected Puwu's head in time. Otherwise, the latter would definitely have been injured by the fragments. Many of the evildoers, who had originally followed their leader's instructions and landed on the roof to launch a roundabout attack, were attracted by the sound of the dome shattering. When they saw Keys, who had just leaped out, they could not help but howl. At the same time, they raised their weapons and rushed over. Without any hesitation, the young blue dragon dodged and avoided the evildoer who was charging at the front. Then he gently hooked his toes and picked up a shattered crystal dome fragment from the ground. Finally, Keys flicked his wrist, and the fragment shot out, stabbing into the throat of the evildoer from before. This set of movements was as smooth as flowing water, and it contained many techniques of the Ironheart sect in the Nine-Sword catalog. Due to the opponent he was fighting, and Keys was not good at using firearms, he rarely used long-range physical attacks. However, this did not affect the young blue dragon's diligent practice in private. He had already mastered many very powerful throwing techniques. The densely packed enemies and the crystal fragments everywhere around him gave him a lot of inspiration, and he could not help but want to put it into practice. With so many targets, even a master of body contortion or someone with their eyes closed would probably have some gains. After taking a deep breath, he suddenly activated his psionic arcana, and a large number of crystal dome fragments instantly bounced up and suspended around him. Ironheart sect, rapid rain throw. His hands kept reaching out and then retracting, and the cycle repeated. Because of the rapid movements, the shadow of his arms appeared in front of Keys. Every time he stretched out his hand, he completed a throw, and the floating fragments shot out one after another. As if forming a curtain of rain, the crystal dome fragments instantly enveloped the evildoers who were rushing toward him. Bright red blood spurted out from the wounds and dyed a large part of the shipyard's roof red. The so-called rapid rain throw was a high-level martial arts technique of the Ironheart sect, and it was an attack method of the advanced profession Bloody Blade. To be honest, because he had not advanced, when Keys used the rapid rain throw, the degree of completion of the move was not high. However, this could not stop the evildoers who were rushing toward him. The formation was too dense, so most of Keys's throws were effective. Looking at the wave of evildoers who were dead and injured, Keys twitched the corner of his mouth and loudly reported to Grazite, who was fighting fiercely in the distance. "Your Majesty, Dark Prince, we have opened a path for you. The shipyard is here. Come and take over." Every sentence was the truth, but when they were connected together, they became a false accusation and framing that could not be detected by lie detection. Sixfinger, who was confronting the soul judgment demon pant, heard Keys' shout and almost curse it out loud. In fact, he was almost caught by the great captain and was replicated by a perfect mirror image, spell hidden in other spells. Graz ZT was almost taken captive by another female creature because of his honesty. Chapter 5:01. Shay carried Puwu and flew in the sky. together with Keys, who flitted across roofs and eaves. They hurriedly passed through the city, with Graz ZT in charge of bringing up the rear and Puwu's familiarity with Entropy City. They managed to avoid many guards. Only a few times did they encounter a small group of deteriorators, and all of them were personally dealt with by the young blue dragon. When they were about to leave Entropy City, they even borrowed a ship that was about to leave the port. It could be said that they were extremely lucky. There's no need to go to the teleportation portal. The ship can temporarily open up a branch of the Nether River. We can take the ship and leave 12 trees. The one who spoke was Shay. Because he had taken over the body of a tracker, his voice was even more sonorous and powerful. His voice made Keys feel that it was somewhat similar to the Demolic Snade, except that the tracker did not make noises such as gears engaging. The reason for this was that the rune technology mastered by the Wonder Craftsman was ahead of the mechanical artificial body that Snade had made for himself. All models of Reapers would consider the stability of operation, and the energy consumption rate and the probability of mechanical wear would be reduced to the minimum. In the Inheritance of Keys race, there was a record of a patroller, the strongest enforcer who maintained the order between planes. In order to guard against an evil god that had the intention of harming a new plane, the patroller transformed into a satellite and continued to wait until the evil god fell. This showed how high the attainments of the Wonder Craftsman race were in the field of rune machinery. Therefore, when Shay judged that the ship's performance was good and that it could be used to move across planes, Keys immediately accepted the suggestion. "Does this ship need anyone else to control it?" Quess asked briefly and confirmed the fate of the unconscious Glabrizu captain and the other crew members. Then he agreed. "Let's board the ship and set sail." There was no need to be suspicious. The young blue dragon did not kill the Glabrizu captain and his crew members. He just abandoned those who had lost their value in the mooring area and left them for the evildoers who came later to deal with. Losing a precious adversity crossing boat, the Doom Guardians probably won't have any mercy. It can be considered as retribution for the evil deeds they had done before. It was actually not difficult to make such a judgment. After seizing the adversity crossing boat, Keys had just boarded the boat. Just by relying on his nose, he could tell that the owner of the boat had done many evil things. The boat seemed to have been soaked in blood and rotten corpses. It smelled like an abandoned slaughterhouse. Compared to this ship, even the sheepfold where the gray goats are kept looks like it has been sprayed with perfume. Ugh. Puwu, who was covering his nose, made his evaluation while retching twice. Although he was not like Keys, who could use his psionic ability to seal off part of his senses, nor was he like Shay, who possessed the body of a tracker, who could not breathe at all, Puwu ultimately relied on his own ability to overcome the terrible smell on the boat. He applied the energy serum that he had asked Keys for earlier around his nostrils to neutralize the stench he had inhaled. When the half-goat was finally able to take a few deep breaths of air, the crossing adversity boat was also ready to depart. Shay took up the responsibility and became the captain of the boat. He was busy adjusting the parameters of the various machinery in the captain's room. Because the boat was sailing in the Styx and the astral world, its shape did not need to be deliberately shaped like a ship. The boat that Keys and the others borrowed looked like a standing oil barrel. Except for the cargo and the interrogation room that the previous captain had opened up as a personal resting area, the captain's room and the cabins that the crew used daily were actually on the same floor. In addition, when Keys captured the Glabrizu captain, he accidentally broke the wall of the captain's room, so he could easily watch the entire process of Shay operating the boat. In the entire captain's room, the largest space was occupied by the sole engine, which was the same as the cauldron seen in the shipyard. Huge and rough control levers made of metal and amber surrounded Shay's busy figure. the metal cast control levers were mainly responsible for some specific braking machinery. Relatively speaking, they only played the role of auxiliary operation. The amber that imprisoned the essence of time in the depths allowed the control levers to touch and fiddle with the soul in the cauldron. In addition, Shay had to bite the bullet. He did not have time to change, to use the coordinate book with obvious demonic characteristics to ensure that the boat could successfully enter the tributary of the Styx. To be honest, this book was extremely evil. The contents were written entirely in blood. Each page was taken from the skin of a young girl, and the binding used children's teeth. However, the coordinates on it were all the proven and reliable anchor points that had been accumulated bit by the ship that was used for cross-border trade. No matter how much he resisted, Shay had to abandon his personal senses and use the book for the time being. He used the thorny chain as a tentacle to roll up a tassel-shaped bookmark and insert it between the title pages of the coordinate book. This bookmark was made of a certain kind of spirit's tongue, which had long dried into leather in the passage of time. With the appropriate incantation, when the coordinate book was inserted, the tongue would read the bloody passage aloud. Only when the correct information was received would the soul engine be activated, tearing open an entrance to the tributary of the Styx and dragging the entire boat into the tributary. Due to Stim's blockade, he could not return directly to the Acid Fog Canyon for the time being. Therefore, Keyes prepared to go through the abyss first. After Shay checked, it turned out that the coordinate book of the Glabrizu captain happened to have the specific coordinates to the abyss. As soon as the bookmark with the tongue came into contact with the coordinate book, it excitedly recited the evil chant that contained the spatial coordinates in the language of the abyss. After receiving the signal, the soul engine was activated. The wail of souls came from the cauldron, and the souls of many oarsmen were instantly stirred into a paste. The broken souls were absorbed by the engine, forming a chain that extended directly into the void from the top of the cauldron. Due to the exploration of the Nether River's tributary, they might accidentally offend some strange creatures and trigger the attacks of those creatures. Therefore, the activation stage was the most dangerous time of the entire journey of the boat. Shay had to be fully focused. He carefully controlled the amber joystick and adjusted the soul chain, hoping to anchor it to the tributary of the Styx. Finally, after several attempts, the loose soul chains suddenly straightened, as if they had been stretched taut. The different positions between the two planes formed a pressure difference that directly squeezed the boat into the tributary that was anchored. It's almost the end of the month. I hope that everyone can give more monthly votes and recommendation votes to the general industry. The income of this novel could be said to be very bleak. The happiest thing at the end of every month was to look at the rankings. This was a small pursuit for the newbies. Chapter 5:02. The Nether River flowed through not only the bottomless abyss, but also all the plains in the lower realms. The only difference was that the tributaries were different from the main ones. It was the same for the 12 tree plains. Moreover, this tributary was near Entropy City, where the Doomsday Guardian's adversity boat was also anchored. If one were to stand next to the adversity boat, the boat would look like it had moved horizontally into the Nether River after Shay started the soul engine. However, this was not the case. Although it looked like it was slowly and disorderly rippling on the tributary of the Nether River next to Entropy City, it was not the case. Keyes, who was on the adversity boat, had the most say in this matter. When the soul engine started, he carefully sensed the entire process. Like an oak cork that had been forcibly squeezed into a bottle, the cylindrical adversity boat followed the soul chain and entered the tributary of the Nether River. However, this tributary was not the one next to Entropy City. The coordinates of this tributary had already crossed planes. Could it be? The young blue dragon immediately noticed something. I can't let go of this opportunity. I have to experiment. Decisiveness and action had always been Keys's two advantages. When he said that he wanted to experiment, he immediately put it into practice. The adversity boat floated on the Nether River. Although it looked shaky, there was no danger of it capsizing due to the internal dampers. After opening the watertight door at the top, Keys got out and stood on the deck of the adversity boat. He then walked to the side of the boat. I can't jump directly. The Nether River is said to have the effect of washing memories. It might be dangerous to immerse the whole body in it. After thinking of a countermeasure, he stepped out with one hand on the side of the boat, but he did not jump. Due to the way it was built and the choice of materials, there were many bumps on the side of the boat. With the help of these bumps, Keys climbed down with his hands and feet and moved closer to the water level. The reason why he did not use any spells, force field abilities, or psionic abilities was that the following experiment might impact his consciousness. If his vision suddenly turned black, he might fall into the Nether River. Therefore, Keys chose to climb down bit by bit. Because they were flying creatures, Megalosaurus were somewhat similar to birds. Even when they were asleep, they would cling to the ground tightly. This way, even if Keys lost consciousness, he would not have to worry about accidentally falling into the Netherworld River as long as he found a foothold in advance. Therefore, when he reached the water level of the boat, the first thing he did was to find a protrusion that he could stand on. Then, Keys bent down and extended his arm. He reached his palm into the scarlet Nether River and quietly felt it. After coming into contact with the water of the Styx River, the first thing he felt was chaotic spiritual fluctuations. However, this kind of consciousness wasn't very active. Keys was not surprised by this because it was very similar to an ancient secret in the inheritance of his race. It was a secret about the birth of the Mind Flayers. It was said that in ancient times, the Tiefling Empire had converted to a kind god, which was why they gradually broke away from the Bator faction. However, how could the demons of the Batsu people tolerate such betrayal? They sent out an army and massacred the Tiefling Empire. Demons were famous for being cold and heartless. They would not show any mercy to their own descendants. After slaughtering the Tiefling Empire, their precious souls were made into soul prisms, and the demons dug out the Tiefling Empire's brains. The Tiefling Empire's brains were piled up in the 8th level of the 9 prisons of Bator, where the demons fused them together and created the Mind of Origin. This powerful magical creation had extraordinary calculation abilities because it was fused with the brains of thousands of Tiefling emblems. The Lord of the 8th level saw the Mind of Origin as his right hand. He would often seek advice from the Mind of Origin before making evil decisions. Perhaps it was because of the lingering pain, or perhaps it was because of the conspiratorial atmosphere of the 9 prisons of Bator, but the Mind of Origin was actually secretly plotting revenge. Without a doubt, the Mind of Origin's revenge target was the Batsu Devil race. Unfortunately, its plan was exposed in the end. Since this matter involved the entire race of demons, not only was the Lord of the 8th level Mephisto furious, but even the existence in the depths of Nessus was furious. Several archdevil archdukes joined forces, which was a rare sight. They used powerful evocation magic to completely destroy the Mind of Origin. It was impossible to determine what evocation magic they used. However, the result of that evocation magic was that it drained a large amount of energy and broke the balance of the plane, which was why Cania became the frozen country it was now. It permanently changed the climate of the entire 9th level of the 9 prisons of Bator. This was enough to prove just how frightening that evocation magic was. Naturally, there was no way the Mind of Origin could have survived such a magic attack. However, after the mind of Origin collapsed. Although the demons collected all of its brain tissue and burned it to ashes, there was a slight flaw in how they handled the ashes. Some of the demons were lazy, but it was highly likely that they had received a hint from the mind of Origin's remnant consciousness within the ashes. When they sent the ashes to the sealed area at the bottom of Cania, they directly dumped the ashes into the river Styx in order to save time. As a result, the surviving brain cells followed the river that ran through the entire lower realm and escaped to the heavens. Although they were unable to gather into the huge mind of Origin due to the demon's magic, they could still gather in a small area. In the end, the brain cells that escaped hidden in the ashes evolved into the brain pool, which was the birthplace of the mind flayers. By the time the demons realized this flaw, the mind flayers had already developed a huge empire in the astral plane. The Bats Devil spent a lot of effort to let the Gith people learn how to use psionic power and overthrow the rule of the mind flayers. Thus, to this day, under the influence of the ashes of the mind of Origin, the river Styx still emitted strange psionic waves. Knowing the reason, Keyes was naturally not too surprised. However, he still had to try his best to block off all the psionic powers that gathered over. This was because what he was searching for seemed to be very obscure. With the interference of the psionic powers, there was no way to accurately sense it, just a little bit more. The young blue dragon fiddled with the Styx twice, and ripples appeared on the river Styx. There's always a very familiar feeling, but with the obstruction of the physical body, the feeling is somewhat specious. Thinking of this, Keyes decided to test it again in depth. Thus, he secretly mobilized the blazing sun crystal in his body. The energy contained in it gradually overflowed from his body, especially the arm where the energy was highly concentrated. It gradually turned into a pure energy body. It should be done. Keyes immersed his entire energized arm into the river Styx. P.S. Below is not counted in the word count. A discussion group for Scales of Eternity has been established. Everyone is welcome to come in and discuss. Currently, there is an outline part of the form of the comic I drew, an introduction to the Easter egg, related historical knowledge, and the author's daily life are being released in the group. Readers who want to see more behind-the-scenes highlights of the creation, please join. Chapter 5:03. The indescribable sound hovered around Keyes. He did not know if it was an auditory hallucination or if it was the real sound of the Nether River. The sound sometimes sounded like waves gently hitting the beach, and sometimes it sounded like a large group of people murmuring. Every time he thought that the sound was about to fade away, it would attack him again without any pattern. In order to confirm whether he was having auditory hallucinations, Keyes had to use the way of a psionic warlock to replace his normal perception with synesthesia. Although he had mastered this special observation method, he rarely used it because once he used synesthesia, the world around him would suddenly become very strange and unreal. In a flash, his senses would change. He saw sounds with his eyes, heard smells with his ears, smelled colors with his nose, however. Although this made him feel uncomfortable, Keyes would not doubt whether he was having auditory hallucinations. Because if there was really a sound around him, he did not need to distinguish it with his ears. He only needed to look to confirm whether it was real or not. As a result, within the range of his eyes, there was indeed some faint blue-green smoke, but that was only the sound of the waves of the Nether River. It's really an auditory hallucination. Keyes shook his head and quickly switched his senses back to normal. It's most likely a problem with this arm. He lowered his head and looked at his arm that was immersed in the Nether River. As he did not have any clues for the time being, he could only choose to give up for the time being. controlling the blazing sun crystal in his body, Keys began to recover the energy that had dissipated, and his arm gradually left the state of being an energy body. However, he suddenly discovered a problem. That's not right. Why is the recovered energy more than the dissipated energy? And it was this additional energy that gave Keys an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He seemed to have confirmed his previous conjecture. The reason why the Nether River runs through the lower world is actually that it is a special maze, a quantum channel that is concrete. Every drop of water in this river exists in a state of probability. It can appear here, but it can also appear elsewhere. The reason why those creatures immersed in the Nether River have memory defects is actually not a shortage, but a disorder. Under the influence of probability waves, they will remember all the things that might have happened but did not actually happen. As Keys discovered the secrets hidden in the sticks, several inferences were put forward one by one, and he received a very reasonable explanation. Not only had his speculation been verified, but the quantum energy absorbed from the Netherworld River also made Keys feel even more incredulous. The young blue dragon evolved once again with the activation of his active adaptation ability. He began to adapt to this scattered energy. Originally, this process would have lasted for a while before he could fully adapt to this new way of using energy. Only then would he be able to accumulate enough energy to open the maze, quantum channel, and return to the acid fog canyon plane. However, when Keys's arm turned back into flesh and blood, the quantum energy he absorbed from the Styx River was almost full. He had no doubt that if he transformed his flesh and blood into energy again and absorbed more energy from the Nether River, his progress bar would be filled to the brim. It would be enough to open the maze that connected to the acid fog canyon. However, Keys didn't do that. When he absorbed the quantum energy contained in the Styx River, he seemed to have a premonition that something bad would happen if he rashly carried out such an action. The existence of the quantum was a direct manifestation of the discontinuity of matter, which was a probabilistic nature. In layman's terms, the existence of the quantum state itself had the meaning of prophecy, and Keys was not good at any prophecy spells at all. There might be some unknown connection between the two. Hesitation may lead to failure, but being too decisive will lead to nothing, he warned himself. There's no need to race against time now. He had already gained a lot from this exploration, so Keys gave up the shortcut in front of him. He didn't regret it. Climbing up the ship's side was much easier than descending because there was no need to consider the problem of foothold. So, Keys just hooked onto a protrusion and pulled up forcefully. Naturally, his body was brought up to the same level as the ship's side. After flipping over the ship's side, Keys once again stood firmly on the top deck and quietly looked at Entropy City on the shore in the distance. Just now, Shay had activated the Soul Engine and pulled the ship from the 12-tree plains into the Great Abyss. Judging from the situation outside, the reason why they were still rippling near Entropy City was that the Styx River carrying the ship had not completely changed its spatial attribute. It still needed some time before the ship could be completely stripped and extracted from the Great Abyss. According to Shay's calculations, this period would not be too long, at most no more than 1/10 of an hourglass. However, this period of time was enough for Keys to once again appreciate the good show that was breaking out in Entropy City from another angle. "You ugly, inferior creature," Graz ZT scolded. "How can you have such discordant thoughts? Dream on. I won't leave you any fart." Just now, the fanatic fan of the Dark Prince, the leader of the Doom Guardians, had used an enhanced version of the instruction spell on him. This spell was not ordinary, if not for Six Fingers' earring, which was strong enough to resist the legendary bewitchment spell. He would have fallen for it. Even so, the contents of the instruction spell, which was like an attachment to a document, were accurately poured into his mind. Not a single word or image was missed. Therefore, Graz-ZT simply gave up on managing his expression, put down his big boss demeanor, and opened his mouth to curse. To be honest, he was actually very familiar with the contents that needed to be censored, and he often practiced them. He had especially practiced some of the contents for a long time today, and made several targeted suggestions for the project partners. However, under the effect of the instruction spell, the participants of the event all turned into ugly female soul judgment demons. Six Finger, who was originally happy to see the event, suddenly felt an indescribable disgust, and his vision became dizzy. Although the instruction spell did not succeed, it caused additional dizziness, so it was not completely useless. What made Graz-ZT even angrier was that he could not take revenge yet. Due to his usual caution, he rarely split his avatar, which occupied too much of his power, out of his silver palace. It would be difficult for him to come to 12 Trees avatar and kill Panther easily. P.S. The following words are not counted in the word count. I have created a discussion group for Scales of Eternity 618382262. Everyone is welcome to join the discussion. Currently, I have the outline part of my manga form, the introduction of the Easter egg, the related historical knowledge, and the author's daily life in the group. Readers who want to see more behind-the-scenes highlights of the creation, please join. Chapter 504. 1/6 of the buildings in Entropy City had collapsed, and the destruction was completed in an instant. Graz-ZT's avatar had used all his strength. Only his silhouette stood alone on the ruined ruins, panting heavily as he leaned on the acid explosion heavy sword without a care for his image. The wind swept over from other directions of the city, making his long robe flutter in the wind. It also carried away the thick, salty smell of the blood. Due to using a lot of power, his body was now translucent, and blue blood vessels crisscrossed under his skin. It looked like many tattoos decorated with lines, but it did not look like they were hastily drawn by an unskilled master. Graz-ZT estimated that even a dozen flame balers would be wiped out by the pure power of darkness he had just unleashed. However, the disgusting female soul judgment demon did not seem to have suffered much of an impact. At most, she was covered in dust. Of course, even if the dust covered her face and body, Six Fingers felt that it could not stop the ugly aura that she exuded from the inside out. She has the strength of a lesser demon lord, Graz-ZT carefully judged. No wonder she can live for so long despite being ugly. Due to his habit of scheming, he had planted his spies in all the famous organizations in the multiverse. The Doom Guardians were no exception. Therefore, Graz-ZT had a certain understanding of Pant, the leader of the evildoers. However, judging from Pant's performance after the battle broke out, most of the information that the spies had sent back was actually inaccurate. At the very least, the description of Pant's strength, that he was stronger than an ordinary Bela, was simply ridiculously wrong. Of course, although Graz-ZT felt a little powerless now, he was far from being at the end of his rope. After all, Six Fingers was one of the 3 titans of Tanari, the most powerful among the demon lords. He still had a backup plan. Summon Scarlet Catalog. Graz-ZT took a deep breath and then exhaled. He held the acid explosion heavy sword with one hand and quickly formed a seal with the other. After the seal was formed, a strange humanoid creature walked out of the void and arrived in front of the Prince of Darkness. It was a booklet made up of volumes and books. Between the pages of the booklet, there was a faint blood-red liquid, Turcot, Noel Aram, the Catalog of Soul Judgment. The first half of the sentence was the name of the former owner of the Scarlet Catalog, the most renowned demon researcher in the multiverse. At the same time, it was a special incantation to open the bloody catalog. The second half of the sentence was what Graz ZT needed to search for. After verifying the incantation, the bookkeeper did not say anything. He just silently took out a piece of paper from somewhere on his body and handed it to Six Fingers. Graz ZT accepted the scroll, and the scroll holder bowed, slightly before returning to the void. Troublesome fellow. The Dark Prince couldn't help but snort coldly, but he didn't say anything else. The Scarlet Catalog was his most important trump card. It was originally one of the trump cards he used to deal with the other demon lords who were his enemies. Although it looked ordinary, it was actually a divine artifact. Graz ZT had spent a lot of effort to snatch it. Its original owner, Aram, was a genius. His research on demons was unparalleled in the multiverse. Interestingly, although Aram had studied demons and traveled to the abyss, he wasn't an evil person. He had spent his entire life fighting demons. With his rich demonic knowledge, ordinary demons were no match for him. The Black Order he founded was still loyal to its founder's mission, which was to hunt down demons that wreaked havoc in the material plane. The Scarlet Catalog was Aram's creation. It recorded the true names of many demons, as well as the rules of their arrangement. Every page of the catalog was recorded on the skin of the subdued demons. Each page could be taken out and used separately. The Hezru Catalog, the pages were grayish-green. They were leather-like papers covered with a layer of mud. The Glabrizu Catalog, the pages were dark reddish-brown. The edges were rough and had sharp protrusions. The Bray Catalog, the pages were pale yellow. The Scabbed, jagged wounds crisscrossed all over the paper. Giant Bull Demon Catalog, the pages were black. Bristles sprouted from the edges of the thick and fragmented leather-like pages. The Soul Judgment Catalog in Graz ZT's hand had pages similar to Death Barbie powder. There were also many broken feathers on the pages. Suppressing his disgust, Graz ZT pressed his fingertips on the Soul Judgment Catalog and began to calculate Pant's true name. Yes, he was calculating. This was the correct way to use the Scarlet Catalog. After knowing the common name of the Doom Guardian's leader, her true name was no longer a secret to the holder of the Scarlet Catalog. Unless she was a demon lord, her true name could still be analyzed even if she had the strength of a secondary demon lord. In fact, before his death, Aram had already begun to create the Demon Lord's Scarlet Catalog and had achieved some results. Unfortunately, what he had created was a catalog about Graz ZT. Moreover, the Dark Prince, who had many spies, had detected it. After hearing this news, Six Fingers' soul almost left his body. Without any hesitation, he descended in his true form and killed Aram. From then on, the Scarlet Catalog became Graz ZT's personal item and was strictly kept in his hands. Although the Black Order in the material plane kept a few copies of the Scarlet Catalog, Aram's successors didn't know how to use this artifact. They only treated the Scarlet Catalog as a magical item to bestow the holder with special abilities of the corresponding demon. However, Graz ZT knew this secret. Using the Scarlet Catalog, he could grasp the true name of any demon below the Demon Lord level. At most, it would take him some effort. Even though the oath of the true name wasn't as strict for them as it was for demons due to their chaotic nature, it was still very dangerous for their true name to be grasped by someone, especially when the wielder was a demon lord. It could be said that as long as Graz ZT completely analyzed Pant's true name, he could immediately take away her life. Even if she had Siehui protecting her true name, it would be difficult for her to resist the attacks of a demon lord controlling her true name. P.S. The following words don't count. I've created a Scales of Eternal Order discussion group 618382262. Everyone is welcome to join the discussion. Currently, I've released the outline part of my manga form, Easter egg introduction, related historical knowledge, and the author's daily life in the group. Readers who want to see more behind-the-scenes highlights of my creation, please join. Chapter 5:05. Pennyworth Faram to dubious traso, Graz's finger imprinted on the Soul Judgment Catalog. The Demon Lord's computing power cooperated with Aham's algorithm and quickly analyzed it. Graz ZT still needed some time because his opponent was stronger and his real name was more hidden. But Pan Te did not want to wait any longer. In fact, when Six Finger began to analyze, she had a very bad premonition. Attack. I must attack, even if I have to kill his avatar. Otherwise, I will die. I will definitely die. The great leader, who was obsessed with instilling the idea that all things will eventually wither, was very rational when facing her own life and death. She did not even have time to give orders to the other evildoers. She took the lead and launched a fatal attack on Six Finger. Entropy Ray. Pan Te opened the 4 fingers of her right palm, revealing the Doomsday Guardian emblem branded on her palm. A pale yellow ray shot out. This was a spell unique to the Doomsday Guardian. It looked like a ray, but its essence was pure entropy energy. When hit by the entropy ray, no matter if it was a creature, a magical item, or even a divine artifact, they would have to undergo a strict immunity test. The result of the test was zero-sum. If the target did not pass, the target would experience an excessive increase in entropy for a short time. The final result was an almost inevitable wither, even if the target was an undead creature. Pan Te rarely used this trick because every time she used the entropy ray, she would permanently lose a part of her vitality. But how could Graz ZT be easy to deal with? Before concentrating on analyzing the real name of the Soul Judgment Demon, he had already prepared countermeasures. Puff, the pale yellow ray hit the target, but that Graz ZT dissipated like a punctured bubble. It turned out that it was just an illusion. It was only because it was too perfect that it succeeded in deceiving Pan Te's eyes. Perhaps you can give it a try. Try again. One more time. As if to mock the opponent, after one Graz ZT disappeared, 2 new Graz ZTS appeared in Pan Te's eyes, and they looked equally perfect. Even after casting several spells to improve his vision, Pan Te still couldn't tell which one was real and which one was fake. At this time, because of her anger, the leader of the Doom Guardians got rid of her fangirl status and revealed her true colors. Entropy Ray. Entropy Ray. 2 more yellow rays of light shot out of Pan's palm and hit the 2 Grazzeets as expected. However, after 2 soft noises, Pan Te discovered that he had only destroyed 2 perfect illusions. In the ruins, 4 identical Grazzeeti reappeared, each with a hypocritical smile on their lips. Pan Te knew that she could no longer squander her power. She decisively ordered, "Malevolent army, attack. Release the beasts." Upon receiving their leader's command, the leaders of the evildoers took out the copper pots that they carried with them and distributed them. Those who were chosen had already been brainwashed before, so they did not resist and drank the potion in the copper pot. Gurgle, gurgle, their atoms apple bobbed as the ice-cold potion fell into their abdomens, and a blazing heat suddenly rose from the bottom of their hearts. Regardless of the race of the chosen, their bodies all mutated, and it only took a few breaths. Sharp spikes made of white bones pierced their skin, making their appearance look exceptionally ferocious. Light blue, thread-like flames flowed out of every orifice and covered them with scorching armor. Most of the chosen lay on the ground after the mutation, and the joints of their hands and feet were twisted to varying degrees. At this time, they had lost their rationality and had become beasts that instinctively obeyed the will of their leader. Although their intelligence was permanently damaged, they would no longer be troubled by pain and fear. Moreover, their constitution, strength, and agility had all improved by leaps and bounds. Rummage through the ruins. Don't leave any blind spots. Don't let go of even a piece of debris. Kill the intruder. Pante roared. Since Graz-ZT had already threatened her life, she naturally would not have any more fantasies, and simply categorized him as an intruder. The Doom Guardians would never be polite to intruders. The only solution was to send them into eternal decay. The ferocious beasts roared in response to their masters. Then, like arrows leaving the bowstring, they dashed towards the ruins on the ground. Hundreds of beasts rushed to the ruins from different directions and shuttled through the ruins like ankhegs. As they moved, they used the bone spurs on their bodies to flip over the broken rubble and tear apart the rune cloth walls on the ground. The legion of evildoers followed closely behind. While opening up an encirclement, they followed the path opened by the beasts and advanced into the ruins. It was worth mentioning that in the face of such a fierce offensive, the 4 Graz-ZT in the ruins remained calm. Although the enemy seemed to be aggressive, with the continuous improvement of the analysis of the true name, the scale of victory had already tilted. Six Fingers was calm. After all, he had used his trump card. This trump card was originally prepared to deal with some demon lords. Even though he acknowledged the strength of Pante and the legion of evildoers, he still did not think that they could stand shoulder to shoulder with a real demon lord. I still have to summon some men, Graz-ZT thought to himself. Otherwise, even if we win, it will still be a loss in the end. Hidden in the ruins, Graz-ZT sat cross-legged on the ground. He had hastily built a shack with rune cloth. His left hand was still on the soul judgment catalog, while his right thumb began to fiddle with the enchanted ring on his pinky finger. 3 rings, 12 rings, 42 rings. This ring was made up of 3 rings nested in parallel. Graz-ZT rotated them from the outside to the inside to a specific pinky finger. He was activating the contact key, the name of the ring. By fiddling with the 3 rings to a specific number of rings, 6 Fingers could contact a corresponding spy. 3 rings represented the bottomless abyss. 12 rings represented the 12th layer of the bottomless abyss, which was the 12-tree plane. 42 rings represented the 42nd spy arranged in the 12-tree plane. Near the shipyard, open the Otherworld gate to connect to Asgrath. The battle password to pass is seize the ship. P.S. The following words are not counted. 1. Thank you to Shoutang246 and Sino Warrior for the tips. 2. I have created a discussion group 618382262 for Scales of Eternity. Welcome to join the discussion. So far, I have the outline part of my manga form, the introduction of the Easter egg, the related historical knowledge, and the author's daily life are being released in the group. Readers who want to see more behind-the-scenes tidbits, please join. Chapter 5:06. Before Graz-ZT could finish his sentence, the shack he had hastily built with the runic cloth came under a series of fierce attacks. However, Six Finger was the demon lord who was most proficient in construction. His silver palace that spanned across 3 dimensions was the best proof. Even if the materials were not meticulous enough and the construction was rushed, the shack's sturdiness was still guaranteed. At the very least, the ferocious beasts outside might not be able to destroy the runic cloth wall, even if they were to tear at it for a while longer. Noisy. Graz-ZT was displeased. He picked up the acid explosion épée with his right hand and pierced through the wall of the shack. PFFF. The ferocious beast outside was busy gnawing at the wall and had its throat pierced by the acid explosion ape. A teeth-numbing, sizzling sound could be heard. Before long, the ferocious beast was corroded from the inside out by the acid. A puddle of brown mucus was left in the depression beside the runic cloth wall. This was the only evidence of its existence. However, the ferocious beast's tragic howl before its death had alarmed the other ferocious beasts and the soldiers of the malevolent legion. They turned around and rushed toward the place where the ferocious beast had died. Naturally, they discovered Six Finger's hiding place. "The invaders are here," someone loudly declared. Following his shout, more and more malevolent ones echoed his words. Not long after, Graziti's shack was surrounded by 3 layers on the inside and 3 layers on the outside. It looked like a turtle in a jar. Charge in and destroy the invaders. Pant, whose love had turned into hatred, immediately rushed over and threw a fireball at the shack after receiving the report from his subordinate. The ferocious beasts, who instinctively obeyed the orders of their great commander, also attacked at the same time. They swarmed forward and launched a siege. The fireball exploded on the runic cloth. Some of the flames splashed onto the ferocious beasts, causing them to burn and blister. However, they did not care at all. Their attention was focused on how to break through the runic cloth wall. They used their mouths, teeth, claws, buttocks, and all sorts of spell-like abilities. In short, in order to break through the wall and complete the great commander's orders to destroy the invaders, the ferocious beasts were giving their all. Although in the process of doing so, many vicious beasts died under the acid explosion of the heavy sword that came out of nowhere. But hard work always paid off. In the end, one of the ferocious beasts accidentally cut through a thin thread on the runic cloth and destroyed the defenses of Graziti's shack. "Kill him." Pan-Te, who had been paying close attention to this place, immediately discovered that the defensive array had been broken and, at the same time, decisively launched an attack. Entropy Ray. She was full of confidence, thinking that she wouldn't fail this time. However, who would have thought that Graz was still a perfect illusion? A total of 4 times, on the morning of his birthday celebration, Pan-Te actually used the Entropy Ray 4 times in a row. It should be known that every time this ability was used, it would cause a permanent loss of life force. If she used it too many times, she might even lose the strength equivalent to a demon lord and become mediocre and ugly. It was not hard to imagine how traumatized Grazite's arrival was for Pant, a hot-blooded fan. It was not surprising for a fan to turn against him. Moreover, this was not the end of the teasing. While the vicious beasts besieged the runic cloth shack, Hexfinger completed the analysis of the true name. Using the Arum Divine artifact in his hand, the Soul Judgment Catalog, Graziti deduced the exact arrangement of Pant's true name. Without wasting even a second, after the runic cloth wall broke and the anti-teleportation array on it failed, he immediately teleported himself to the remaining 4 perfect illusions. Pennyworth Ferramta Dubious Traso. With a soft murmur, the evil runes formed by the abyssal language began to appear beside Graziti, reflecting Pant's hidden true name. When this scene appeared, the leader of the Doom Guardians immediately realized what the crisis she had just felt was. "All of you, cover your ears and close your eyes." She glared at her subordinates and threatened them with a roar. When Graziti read her true name, she knew that her end was coming, and she no longer had any hope in her heart. However, it was a completely different matter for Sixfinger to announce her real name in front of everyone. It was as if he had cut off all of her escape routes. Even if she was attacked by her true name today, even if she ended up dying, a secondary demon lord like Pant could be resurrected in the evil runes that had once preserved her life essence. Although she would definitely lose some of her power because of the excellent quality of Pant's evil runes, the loss of power was actually not much. However, when Graz-ZT announced her true name to the public, with so many vicious beasts present, it was hard to guarantee that no one would remember Pant's true name at that time. Even if she used the evil runes to resurrect, her position as the leader of the Doom Guardians would be announced as a stranger. "You damned bastard. I'm going to die with you." Terrifying energy surged out of Pant's body. Although it did not interrupt Graz-ZT's chanting, it still frightened him. "It's all thanks to the Soul Judgment Catalog," the Dark Prince said with lingering fear. "This ugly guy is not as simple as a demon lord. Although he's not an official demon lord, his power level is almost the same." Pant patted her belly, and pale gray ripples rippled out and quickly swept across the entire 12 Trees plain, as if it was attacked by a Force 12 typhoon. A large number of buildings in Entropy City collapsed, and the armory exploded. This was the Doom Guardian's strategic spell called Entropy Wave, and its purpose was to carry out a large-scale planar massacre. For a small plane like the 12 Trees plane, Entropy Wave could cover the entire plane, so it was the most suitable spell to use. When touched by Entropy Wave, everything in the plane, be it living creatures or other material existences, would have to undergo a strict immunity test. Unless they were hiding in a special place, most things that could not pass the test would immediately experience a rapid increase in entropy. However, in order to cast this spell, Pant had to pay a huge price. Her HP was permanently reduced to half of its original value. Compared to Entropy Ray, Entropy Wave consumed the user's life force, which was simply unbearable. Unless it was a desperate situation, Pant would not use this spell at all. However, she really had to fight with all her might now. Even if she could not kill Graz-ZT, at least she knew her limits. She would try her best to eliminate any member of the Doom Guardians who might know her true name, even if they were precious, vicious beasts under her command. Unforgivable. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.